In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spent some time with us. Chip and Zay back together again after my man Zay is back from a week of vacation. How was it, my man?
Not too shabby at all. Glad to be back. Los Cabos, beautiful. As you can see, the tan's glowing, you know what I'm saying? Got the tan right, smooth coming in, crispy, but glad to be back, ready to rock and roll, right in time for football season. Missed you, my guy. How you been?
Oh man. Missed you. Always good to have the team back together again. So highlights from the trip?
I didn't do a damn thing. One thing about my wife, her and I cut from the same cloth, man. When we go on vacation, we chill. I never understood folks going on vacation and being more exhausted on the vacation than before they left, like hiking and adventure and all types of things like that. That's not really what the Colliers do. We like to kick back, get our drink on, enjoy the water, enjoy some sights and, different things in the atmosphere. But overall, we're just cooling. It was just nice to kick back and not have to worry about anything, Now, for me, I can't help myself. My wife, she likes me to, disengage a little bit. She's like, you got to be on your phone. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, the sports world never stops. So I got to, peep in a little bit to see what's going on so your boy doesn't get too far behind. But she ain't get too mad at that. Again, got me a real one. The food at the all-inclusive that we were at was chef's kiss. Your boy likes to eat, as you can see from my very hearty physique. So I enjoyed that very much. But yeah, man, I can't complain. Life was beautiful. Life's still beautiful. And again, glad to be back in Austin, Texas. Now, I will say my heart goes out to everyone that was affected by the floods and
Amen.
whatnot. Just praying for all those folks out there. Absolutely devastating. And yeah, definitely hearts with them, everyone who was involved. But yeah, I had a good time. Glad to be back and ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, for sure. I will second that emotion. The flooding over the 4th of July weekend was just devastating. And everyone, I'm sure, has read now about Camp Mystic and all the young girls who were killed. And the camp director was also killed. It's just devastating. And I don't have any words for it. Just can't believe it, and hope that those affected find strength, because it is taxing, and this is going to push people to their limits, and I can't imagine it. So God bless the families affected, because no one should have to go through that. And that's part of our community. That's Central Texas. So hopefully we're seeing people pull together, and hopefully that's the case for each of those individual families. I cannot imagine if you send your daughter off to camp and this is what happens. It's devastating. Zay, we are a week away from SEC Media Days. Texas will take the stage a week from tomorrow. So we're gearing up for that. Texas Sports Unfiltered will be in Atlanta. So you ready to go right back out on the road, my man?
Yeah, I am. We'll see if your boy gets to make it. My credentials, something's going on with that. Something's fishy with that. So my man BK, he's working on it for me. So we'll see if your boy's down in the ATL. Would love to make it. I mean, we know you're going to be there and stuff, and BK will be down there, and our guy Matt and whatnot. So TSU will be well represented. But yeah. I'm trying to still figure out some, different things with SEC Media Day. See if your boy could roll up in there. Because you know me, I love Atlanta. Them wings, something special. That the Atlanta streets ain't nothing like it. So that's when you know, oh, football right around the corner. I know the college football video game came out today. Oh, our boy Anthony Hill, he tweeted out, this is the longest weekend ever. I'm waiting for this game to drop, which I think Ant Hill is the highest rated player for the Texas Longhorns in this college football 26 that came out today. So it's kinship right around the corner, man. We always talk about, once that season ends, it feels so long for the season to come back. And here we are about to be in the teens of July. And yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm stoked.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, and, the interviews, we're seeing interviews from, Steve Sarkisian. He had an interview with Greg McElroy that I think you have had a chance to listen to. I have not. Obviously, we'll get to that. There's been a lot of developments while you were gone, including some over the weekend, namely the commitment of Felix Ojo, the offensive tackle, who committed to Texas Tech in part because of a 3-year guaranteed deal that is going to range somewhere between 2.3 million and 5 million. I heard his agent Derek Shelby on SiriusXM earlier today, and he said that it was a bigger deal when they were negotiating before the House settlement went into effect, and it ended up being a smaller deal. What Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports reported was $775,000 per year for 3 years, and that they'd renegotiate up to 5.1 million if things go back to being the Wild West. So, and Derek Shelby, Ojo's agent, said that the numbers are coming down. So that's what the college administrators wanted, that the revenue sharing cap would bring some restraint and sustainability to what student athletes were being paid, because it was just jumping up exponentially to the point where it was probably going to be unsustainable. It already was unsustainable for most schools, but even for the top end schools, it was, we're seeing some crazy numbers. The Bryce Underwood numbers at Michigan, 10 to 12 million for the kid, never played a down of college football. Some of this stuff was just outrageous. And Zay, some of the reason Texas was not willing to guarantee the 3 years for Felix Ojo is because they're not doing deals like that for guys who've never played a snap of college football. If a deal like that is going to get done, it's going to be with someone like Anthony Hill, who has proven himself, or Colin Simmons. It's not going to go to a kid who's, still in high school. I mean, Felix Ojo's got another year of high school before he shows up on campus. So it's a different world. And I hope Felix Ojo made the decision for him that he can live with, because he's not on campus either, and he's already agreed to a 3-year deal. So he's locked in. I don't have that contract in front of me, obviously, but if it's a guaranteed deal, you can bet that Texas Tech put some protection in there too, meaning if he leaves, he owes the money. So he's locked in. And you hope he made the right decision. You hope he's strong enough and tough enough to handle all the stuff that's just going to come from within his own locker room from the veterans when he gets on campus. Because dudes are going to be looking to toughen him up and see what he's all about. And because there are dudes who've definitely paid more dues, probably feel like they've proven themselves, and they're not getting paid that much money. That's a tough one. This is another layer of coaching that it requires a lot from the coach to balance all this stuff and keep the locker room culture strong. And we've seen it work at Texas. We've seen it not work at A&M when they signed the best recruiting class ever under Jimbo Fisher. And then that class came apart like a wet Kleenex. And Evan Stewart is at Oregon, and Walter Nolan finished his career at Ole Miss. So it's a lot. There's a lot of layers to this story.
For sure. And I can't knock Felix Ojo for making this decision for himself.
Right.
His family. Like, we don't know what's going on with his fam. We don't know. His uncle might need a hip replacement or something, and now they could pay for it a lot easier than they could have. Like, you just never know. You can't blame the kid. I saw a lot of Texas fans really questioning the University of Texas and thinking that, wow. And I think it's just because it's Tech. If Felix Ojo went to Ohio State and was paid this money, Miami and paid this money, Oregon and paid this money, I don't think it would have the same effect as it does with Texas fans with Felix Ojo going to Lubbock. Just because you look at Lubbock, to me, they ain't even little brother. They like little cousin, little nephew. But Texas fans look at Tech as little brother. So you're losing commitments to him, and you hear that money's involved. If you don't really know what's going on, that could rub you the wrong way. And for folks that listen to our show and listen to all the shows here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, you should know that, hey, Felix Ojo, cool. Deuces, brother, because you ain't worth all that. I don't know if he going to be Jonathan Ogden. Maybe he will be. But that's a lot of paper for someone who isn't proven. I get it. Highly touted high school player, high school. And Steve Sarkisian's talked about it plenty of times. He's talked about it on Third and Longhorn. We've heard him just preach that, we got a certain way, certain thing that we do here, certain ways that we go about things that if you aren't looking at the long game, then maybe Texas ain't right for you. And that's okay. And they believe in their development. Hell, Kyle Flood, he's still around. He ain't going nowhere. Pete Kwiatkowski, he ain't going nowhere. Jeff Banks, he ain't going nowhere. So you've kept so many high-quality coaches, coordinators, say the least, and you're building on the culture that you've already built. And if guys feel like that's not worth it because they need this money now, then hell, man, like what can you do? Like, I don't knock Felix Ojo at all. I don't knock Texas for saying you ain't worth it, bruh. Like, that's crazy money. And I get it. Cody Campbell, them boys down there in Lubbock, they playing a desperate game right now. They going all in. They saying, man, we got to strike while the iron's hot. We are at a disadvantage in a way. So how do we negate that? By going over the top with some of this money. And hey, whether you like it or not, that's just where we are in college sports. And it's crazy that new settlement, these guys are out here saying the price has dropped. That is nuts to me. Like, word? That's how we're thinking the prices are dropped. Like, we can't be thankful for the big money that we're already getting. Like, I say this quote all the time. Like Snoop Dogg and Dre said, 93, ain't no fun if the homies can't have none. Let's spread it out. Let's let everybody eat. Let's let everybody get some of this Skrilla. You know what I'm saying? If I'm Bryce Underwood at Michigan, my whole offensive line, they ain't paying for many meals. My whole wide receiver core, they ain't paying for many meals, man. I'm taking them guys out all the time. So they know, as to what you were saying about the culture and whatnot, They know, yo, I got all this money, y'all, but don't trip. Like, I ain't gonna be that selfish guy that I think I'm over everybody. I'm still one of y'all. And I'm gonna show that. If anybody ever needs anything, if anybody has, like, you've been waiting for these new shoes to drop, or need a new gaming system, maybe a new TV, maybe some rims for the whip, I'm knocking on Bryce's door. Bryce, so say, bro, my girl talking about she needs to be wine and dime, but them pockets, they a little slim. Bryce Underwood should be like, you know what? Say less. I got you.
Well,
that's. I feel like Bryce Underwood has to do those type of things. He hasn't proven anything. I need you to block for me, left tackle. So if my left tackle wants to take his woman out for the night on the town, wine and diner, spend the big bucks, I'm going to make sure my left tackle is right and romancing homegirl. Because I know when we go to Columbus, or when the Ohio State Buckeyes come to Ann Arbor, I'm going to need them dudes. So it's very slippery slope. Again, I can't knock Felix Ojo at all, man. I can't knock Sark and how they went about this whole recruitment. You always hate guys getting out. Well, he didn't get out the state, but you always hate not getting those guys at the flagship university in the state. You always hate not getting those big-time five-star players. But if guys are playing the game like this, like how they're doing in Lubbock, so be it. So you win some, you lose some, you live to fight another day.
Well, Felix Ojo, and the reason Texas fans are feeling the pinch here is because Felix Ojo, every indication, was headed to Texas until this deal became a 3-year guaranteed deal. Texas would not do that. So he and his family talked about it. The money is significant. I mean, his agent basically said that it will end up being $5.1 million. Now, if you average that out over 3 years, then they're paying him, well over $1 million. That is, if football's getting 15 million of the 20.5, you're talking about almost 10% of that going to one kid. You can't survive that way. So you're right. Tech is going for it. They're going for it this year with the number 1 portal class. They're going for it after that. And Chris Bennett, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, brought up Tech football trying to do what Tech softball nearly pulled off and buy a championship. Here are the differences, because in softball, a pitcher can control the game. And Nigeri Kennedy had already been named Freshman of the Year and National Player of the Year and taken Stanford to 2 College World Series. Like, Tech paid $1,050,024 for her. And that was a calculated risk because Nigeri Kennedy had already done it at the highest level. And so great investment. It worked. Football's totally different. And I get that Felix Ojo's ranking right now, his recruiting ranking right now, is higher than Kelvin Banks when Banks came out in 2022. Right now, Felix Ojo is ranked as the 7th best player in the nation. Kelvin Banks Jr. was the 30th ranked player in the nation. And if Felix Ojo turns out to be Kelvin Banks, okay, you paid a lot, but you made a good investment. Take a guy like Justice Terry, who Georgia fans thought they had in the bag, and then he picks Texas and says, I made a business decision. Okay, Justice Terry saw the long game. Yeah, he got some money up front, but he sees the long game. He was able to comprehend what Texas was talking about in terms of, you come here, prove yourself, there's going to be money waiting for you. And it's going to come from a third party because that third party wants to do business with you. And because we're the most watched team on Saturdays. Like, look at our ratings. We typically we win our time slot.
Yeah.
And
even when you're bad, right. Even when you're not good.
Right. And that's what Steve Sarkisian's talking about when, he went on Third and Longhorn podcast and said, we need guys to take a little less up front, understanding that if they come here and prove themselves, there's going to be more for them on the back end. And that's, look, I'm with you, Zay. I'm not mad at Felix Ojo's family. 3 years, whether it's 2.3 million guaranteed right now with promises of 5.1, or Derek Shelby said on the radio today, he's still sticking by 5.1. Then that's life-changing money, and good for him. I mean, my goodness, from getting a scholarship and having to prove it, he's going to make more. If it's 5.1, his 3-year, $5.1 million deal is more than Cam Williams, who's getting or some of the later round picks who are getting a 4-year deal at 4.1 million. So it to me, it's a massive risk by Tech, because in football, it's totally different from softball. If you have a dominant pitcher in softball, she can control the game. Nigeri Kennedy is a big, strong player. She can handle pitching most all the games, but obviously she wears out too. We saw it in the World Series. And man, if you commit a ton of money to one football player, and you're not able to match that deal next year when you got a top player, hey, where's my Felix Ojo deal? Well, we're a little thin.
Yeah, a little thin, huh?
So for Ojo and his family, I hope it's a great situation. He's got a rough road ahead of him, proving himself to his teammates. Everybody's going to be talking about his money for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
And that's a lot that kid has to carry around. He's going to hear about it from students on campus. Hey, man, why aren't you playing? Hey, man, you gave up that sack.
You gave up that sack.
You know what I mean?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So
every edge rusher in the Big 12, when they face Felix Ojo, they're going to be licking their chops. Like, oh, this guy, $1 million man, huh? All right, we'll see.
Yeah.
If I'm Felix Ojo, like you said, Chip, the brother still has another year of high school left. I'm acting an ass all senior year. I ain't listening to no teachers. I ain't taking no pop quizzes. I barely ain't turning in homework. I got the valedictorian, whoever, magna cum laude, doing all my homework for me and, giving him a little Skrilla. Why not? Like, yeah, like you a senior, like you the man, any girl you want, right? You the $1 million man, 17 years old. That is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. UIL says you got to pass to play.
That's okay.
So he can, as long as he just holds it together through the fall semester.
No.
But yeah, I mean, this is one of those mark the tape, mark the date, Felix Ojo, 3-year guaranteed deal. And under the new House settlement rules, the revenue sharing. So everybody's trying to figure it out. And you'll get a different answer from different agents, from different compliance offices. Everybody's trying to figure it out, and people are going to learn from each other how to do and what not to do. So this is look, Tech they feel like they have some momentum. They feel like they're they think they're going to win the Big 12 this year and be in the playoff and go fight with the big boys. And let's see it. Let's go. I mean, look, it might be a great year for Tech football. I have no idea. Baron Morton, I haven't looked at their schedule close enough or their player personnel close enough, but this is a huge risk. And Texas is saying, hey, we got a track record. If you come here, you get it done. There's more money for you, but you don't want all that on your shoulders right now anyway. And plus, what if Ojo hates it there? He's stuck. He's stuck,
yeah.
And he felt comfortable with Kyle Flood because they were talking all the time, and then it dropped off. If you read Mike Roach's story over at 24/7 Sports, he went behind the scenes, talked all about it, how they were talking every day, and then the calls dropped off, and that was when the deal turned into a guaranteed deal. So,
yeah. And we have no idea what his family situation is.
Right.
You think that these kids make these decisions on their own. And sometimes that's not the case. You talk about all the time, Chip, about Quinn Ewers leaving his senior year to go to Columbus at Ohio State and feeling like that most likely wasn't Quinn's decision to make. It was a part of the fam. So
right.
With Felix Ojo, you feel obligated to take care of your family already because of, again, we don't know, but who knows what kind of struggles they have or just how this move changes everyone's lives. I always talk about Uncle Elroy. Uncle Elroy come out. You haven't heard from Uncle Elroy in 20 years. The whole family. Now Uncle Elroy finds your phone number, and now he's visiting all of a sudden.
Felix?
Felix!
You're always my favorite nephew.
Nephew, I love you, boy. I see you doing your thing. Let me borrow $20. Like, you never know. And I pray for the young man that he has all of that straightened out and that this decision, he sees Tech as a place where he could develop and not only make the money while he's on campus, but they could develop him to be a terrific future Hall of Fame left tackle, right tackle when he gets to the National Football League. Like, that's the dream. And Tennessee Longhorn makes a good point here. He said his problem with the Ojo situation was it looks like they chose him over other linemen, and now they're stuck because those linemen have gone somewhere else, and they put all their eggs in one basket with Ojo, and now they're sitting there with Johnson in their hand. I don't know. Hopefully we get to talk to our homie Hank South of Horns 24/7 tomorrow, where we could answer that, or he can answer that question, Tennessee Longhorn. But I also think that sometimes that 3-star ain't bad either if you develop him the right way.
Trevor Gooseby.
Man, just like
Trevor
that.
Gooseby.
Like, there's guys that are out here that understand the process, that aren't attracting all that money that Felix Ojo might be attracting, that are willing to buy into the process, willing to buy into the culture and understand that, this coaching staff, they got it together. Kyle Flood, he's got it together. Steve Sarkisian, everything's in the right place. I, as a 3-star, 4-star, might be undervalued due to maybe the schedule that they play, the district that they're in. You just never know where that diamond in the rough is at. And the track record that we've seen with this coaching staff on developing guys that might not be as highly touted, 5-star rankings, I'm good with that. And I think this coaching staff's good with that. I think they looked around and be like, there's guys out here still that got a lot of potential. And once we get our hands on them, they could become something special. So, yeah, the 5 stars, you always want those, but there's some grimy fellas up there that are also big humans that would love an opportunity to play for the Burnt Orange. You just got to find those cats.
Well, think about this. and everyone talks about how Texas announced the Pancake Factory at just the right time in December of 2021 to land Kelvin Banks and DJ Campbell and Neto Umazulu and Cam Williams. And at the time, the $50,000 per scholarship offensive lineman for making appearances and doing some, charitable work was unprecedented. And it was perfect timing, and it appealed to those 7 offensive linemen who signed, 2 of whom just left early for the NFL. Now, to make a splash, you're having to overcommit out of your football portion of the revenue share, unless you have a high profile enough presence as a program where your guys are going to get deals, third-party deals. And that's where that's where Texas has an advantage. Now, I heard the Derek Shelby, the agent, he's the agent for both Nigeri Kennedy and Felix Ojo.
Wow,
represents.
Convenient.
Yeah. So, he can vouch for Tech that Nigeri got her money and that Cody Campbell and Texas Tech are good for it. But you're having to overcommit now. Texas, yeah, they did. They made a great financial play with the Pancake Factory. We've talked about it on this show. We've talked to Rick Vasquez, who was part of the brain trust behind that. It was genius. But now everybody's they're supposed to be playing out of the same amount of money. So we'll see how this works out. But, Texas did end up with John Turntine, a commitment from John Turntine, who is the number 53rd ranked player in the nation and the number 4 ranked offensive tackle. Felix Ojo was the number 2 ranked offensive tackle. So, if Trevor Gooseby, if Brandon Baker, if Andre Kojo, if Nick Brooks, if these guys are developing, then, you recruited so well that it's getting tough for some of these recruits to see a path to playing time.
Yeah, good point.
And that's another thing. Like, let's not act like Texas doesn't have players. Like, Nick Brooks is already backing up Trevor Gooseby at left tackle. Now, if something happened to Gooseby, I think you'd probably see Andre Kojo swing over there, at least in the short term, if he doesn't beat out Brandon Baker for right tackle. But Nick Brooks is the future. And that's, Felix Ojo, they're counting on Felix Ojo coming in starting day 1.
Oh, that type of money, that's a lot of pressure. Because I expect you to start 2. You getting paid that? Yeah, you the man.
Yeah.
And he needs to put on weight also. How big's Felix Ojo?
Right. He's
like 270 something. And he's only 17, has another year, but you want your offensive lineman 3 bills starting college play. So
yeah.
That's a lot of PB&Js, Felix Ojo. You better get on that, brother.
And it becomes it's a job. Like, it is a job for him immediately when he gets to Tech. There's no being a college student. I mean, hopefully he can balance it all and handle it and have some fun along the way.
No fun.
But until he proves himself, and he's going to hear about it from his own locker room. Forget the fan bases from other schools and the players that he's going to face on the field. He's going to hear about it from his own locker room from the moment he steps foot on campus. So, and his agent said, you have to factor all that in. You have to factor if the kid is tough enough to handle that heat and rise to the occasion. Because like we said, Nigeri Kennedy, she was already freshman of the year, national player of the year. She had all kinds of confidence.
Yep.
Like when she rolled up on campus, she was like, I'm the baddest player on this team. And I'm going to help you all. I'm going to lift you all up and we're going to go places. Get ready. Whereas if Felix Ojo can pull that off, great. Like if this was Jonah Williams, I'd be like, and I think Jonah Williams can handle this. You know, Jonah had to pick a school where he was playing baseball and football where he wanted to be playing and was probably willing to bet on himself more than feel like I need a 3-year guaranteed deal. It's fascinating. It's definitely a moment in history, and we're going to watch it and keep track of it going forward, because this is, first of all, because the kid was leaning Texas and suddenly picked Tech. And second of all, because you start doing guaranteed deals in the age of rev share, you're taking a huge risk. Because if that doesn't work out, say he gets hurt, they have to pay him the money. If he gets hurt and he's not the same player, they still got to pay him the money.
Yeah. And no Kawhi Leonard stuff either. We don't want to hear, I ain't there. If I'm Cody Campbell and them boys, I ain't trying to hear that. If you cleared, you back on the field. We'll send you to a shrink or something if you got, like, we paying you too much, bruh. That's what it's going to be. Like, is Felix Ojo ready to handle that? Like, there's a lot that comes with it. Yeah, no fun. You get no fun, Felix Ojo. You barely get to taste the tortilla while you're down there in Lubbock. In my opinion, it's all ball. Once you off the field, you watching film. And again, you could have some magna cum laude person doing all your paperwork, all your schoolwork, taking all your tests and stuff. Man, play school. What? We don't do school no more. What are we doing? We're pros now. But yeah, speaking of Jonah Williams, they did my man Jonah Williams wrong with a new video game, dog. They got him looking like Aziz Ansari. Who the hell is this?
Oh, no.
That's supposed to be Jonah Williams.
Oh, no.
I don't know who the hell that is. That's...
Oh, wow.
I've been watching a show called Deli Boys on Hulu. It looked like one of them cats. They did my man Jonah Williams wrong. They could care less how good of a player he was coming out of high school. They said, nah, bro, you're going to get one of these default faces on the video game. Yeah, they did my man wrong, but...
Wow. Like, how hard is it to find a photo of the guy?
It's a lot of players. To EA's defense, EA Sports, it's a lot of players to find their face and to, like, put it out on the game. Arch Manning looks like Arch Manning. I saw him. That looks like Arch. I saw a DJ Lagway picture. That looks exactly like DJ Lagway. For the main guys, they did a good job, but they ain't care about Jonah at all. They're like, oh, you just a freshman. You better be lucky to even be in the game, dog. So, yeah, that'll change. Once they see how good Jonah Williams is, that'll change. They won't be disrespecting him like this. CP says that's so glow.
Wow.
Let your sound glow. Jazz land.
Let your sound glow. Oh, man. That's rough.
To America. But, yeah, best of wishes, Felix Ojo. I'm going to be watching. I'm going to have my popcorn ready.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I can't wait to see that. And, as a hater, I don't want to see Felix Ojo fail. But as a hater, very famous one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind Tech going 6-6 after this deal.
Well,
5-7. That'd be hilarious.
Let's do a quickie schedule for Texas Tech. They open with Arkansas Pine Bluff, then Kent State, then Oregon State, then Malik Murphy.
Malik Murphy.
Then September 20th, they're at Utah. October 4th, after a bye week, they're at Houston. Then they're home against Kansas. Then they're at Arizona State. Then they're home against Oklahoma State. Then they're at Kansas State. Then they're home against BYU, home against Central Florida. And after an off week, they are at West Virginia. So Utah, Arizona State, Kansas State, Chris Kleiman, Avery Johnson. Those will be the make or break games on the schedule. And Oregon State.
That's how everybody else is saying they are. Boy, Chris Hummer picked them to win it all or win the Big 12. That's pretty cake schedule. Like that, nobody fears anyone on that schedule. If Texas had that schedule, that's a 12-0 season. Easy. But yeah, Tech, take advantage. Ojo, everything runs through Lubbock. It better this year.
They don't have to play Baylor. Baylor's had their number. Even when Tech beat Texas that year out there. What was that, 22? And then Baylor went out there and beat the brakes off them. Like Dave Aranda, having worked with Joey McGuire, he gave Joey a job at Baylor, or Matt Rule did, sorry. And then Aranda kept him. But Aranda, he's supposed to have a team this year. They don't have to play Baylor. But we'll see. We'll see what Arizona State's got. They got a lot of guys back. They don't have Scattaboo back, but they got a lot of other dudes back. Wow. And we know Arizona State with Sam Leavitt they're tough to defend. So we'll see. We'll see.
Cam Scattaboo's a big miss. He surprised the hell out of me. All the hype that he got leading up to that Chick-fil-A bowl game, Peach Bowl, I was kind of skeptical. What he did against that very good 2024 defense for Texas, I respect the hell out of Cam Scattaboo. That's a big loss for Kenny Dillingham and them. I know Sam left the ball, but Cam Scattaboo, that dude was like the heart and soul of that squad.
The FYI, Athlon Sports, their predicted order of finish in the Big 12 this year is Kansas State number 1, Arizona State number 2, Tech number 3. And Tech has to play at Kansas State and at Arizona State. So we'll see. We'll see. They got a new offensive coordinator. They got rid of Zach Kitley, who was, Mr. Point scoring machine offense at Western Kentucky. And it didn't quite translate in Joey McGuire's mind. So he went and got Mac Leftwich. And he's also got a new defensive coordinator in Sheil Wood. So Tech's got some new things they got to work through. What'd they go? They went 8-5 last year, 6-3 in the Big 12. Lost to Baylor, lost at TCU, lost to Colorado. That was rough. They lost to Colorado in Lubbock 41-27. God. And that was like November 9th. Then they lost to Arkansas in the Liberty Bowl. So we'll see. We'll see what old Joey McGuire's got, but that was a interesting headline from the weekend for sure. And if you're a Texas football fan, don't panic over the recruiting. Like look at the players already on the team at the position that we're talking about. Like, linebacker Texas needs to hit on some difference-making linebackers in this class. That's the position I'm looking at, because Anthony Hill's going to be gone after this year. Trey Moore's going to be gone after this year. Leonga Lafau is draft eligible. I don't see him leaving, but we don't know what kind of year he's going to have. You got Brad Spence, who's draft eligible after this year. And you've got guys coming up like Anthony Smith and Elijah Bo Barnes, but they haven't had a chance to show it. And I talked to Derek Johnson for a story I did on Anthony Hill last Thursday in the Insider. And I asked him about the kid he's worked out with, Tyler Atkinson. And he's like, that guy is football IQ beyond his years. Like, he said, I was giving him NFL drills that I figured would take him a while to pick up on, and he picked up on them right away. And he was like, okay, I gotta go to another drill.
Talking about Ant Hill?
No, talking about the kid Tyler Atkinson.
Oh, okay.
From the state of Georgia, and he's like, I'm sure it's gonna be a hell of a
Tyler Atkinson,
5-star.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's got crystal balls in for that kid to go to Georgia, but that's the kind of guy. I mean, Anthony Hill, there's a reason he was the number one linebacker in the country when Texas got him.
Oh, I'm looking at Matt Miller's Four Letter Network, his early mock draft for the 2026 NFL draft. And he's got K. Klubnik, number 1, Cleveland. That old offensive tackle from Miami with the funny name. TJ Parker, the DN for the Titans at 3. And he has Ant Hill going 4 to the Jets. They don't even look at linebacker like that no more. Linebacker, I'm not saying that it's as devalued as the running back, but it ain't like a interior guy or edge rusher or anything. For Ant Hill to be at 4 on Matt Miller's board says everything about Anthony Hill and his makeup and what he brings to the table. Because I've been just, as a biased Texas fan, that part of me is like, maybe Ant Hill loves Texas so much he would come back for the 2026 year. Maybe he's one of those guys like a Mookie Taft. And the only reason Mookie probably came back because he won the ring. I still think, or he wants that ring. I still think, especially where Mookie Taft was landing in the mock drafts this upcoming year, he would have came back whether Texas won it or not. But this is a good reason to say why I'm coming back, for that type of motivation to hoist that championship trophy up at the end of January. Maybe Ant Hill could be that. And then when you see mock drafts like this, you're like, yeah.
Well,
ain't no way.
He's seen as Micah Parsons. Anthony Hill is seen as Micah Parsons. And that's all Cowboys fans need to hear. I mean, Micah Parsons, but Anthony Hill is a less radioactive or less, Anthony Hill's going to be about his team and his teammates. I don't think he's low key. He's not looking to do podcasts and, shout every opinion he has on social media. He likes playing football, but he also likes having time to himself. And I love Anthony Hill. I think he's going to be a dream teammate for someone in the NFL next year. I can't wait to watch him this year because it's a contract year. Like, you thought what he did last year was special. 16.5 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, a near pick 6, and got no love from the Butkus Award. I mean, I talked to Derek Johnson. He's like, I couldn't believe it. This guy needs to clean up all the awards because he's just different. Like Derek said that Anthony Hill, no, Derek Johnson was so fast at 6'3", 230, he would slip blocks. And some NFL teams were like, I can't, that's a big mark against him. It turns out Derek Johnson could do whatever he wanted. He was that fast, that gifted, 14 years in the league, bunch of Pro Bowls. Anthony Hill will defeat the block and make the play. He's fast enough to slip blocks, but he will hammer blockers coming at him and shed them and make the play. And that's why he's number 4 in that draft, in that mock draft, because he's physical, not just elusive and fast. He's physical. He picks you up and throws you down on the ground to tackle you.
Yeah.
He doesn't just wrap up. He picks you up and throws you down. And I think the coaches told him, hey,
chill.
You're going to get flagged. You're going to get flagged for that.
We know you do it. Which is weak, man. Come on. What happened to the game I love?
Right.
Big Buck is rolling over in his grave right now. Listen to us talk about that. Why you can't body slam him? What? The objective is guy with ball put on ground. That's it.
That's it. If I want to wrap him and lift him up at the same time, hey,
cool.
That's on me. That's taking energy out of my energy bank.
Yeah, drop tackles, get that out the game. Horse collar, we don't need that in the game. Face mask, obviously we don't need that in the game. Everything else, fair game. Quarterback too. I don't care if you're the QB or not. So what? Your left tackle should be better. Your quarterback should have picked up the blitz. What you working on in practice? How prepares your team? Sorry. That's just what it is, in my opinion. But These guys, they're animals. Now they got to think. Yeah, my man Chan talking about love. Love's made us soft. You can still love, Chan, and still be tough out here in these streets. I mean, come on. Yeah, Ant Hill, live it up, Longhorn fans. This is it. Live it up, because that dude gone. Now, do you think he's a little light in the ass, though? He ain't even 240. Ant Hill. He ain't even 240. You think that's this for college? Cool. College, you good with that. But that next level, you think he's to put on any LBs? I'm trying to think of legendary linebackers, Urlacher, Ray Lewis.
Ray Lewis.
What's your homie no neck from Tech? Zach Thomas.
Yeah, Zach Thomas. So Ray Lewis ended up playing in the NFL at 250. But at Miami, he was 230.
Okay. So yeah. Because Fred Warner's not that big either. You would probably say Fred Warner's the best linebacker, at least he's the highest paid, but best linebacker in the NFL. Fred Warner's 230, according to Google's.
Yeah, 230, and you carry it, you're good.
You're good.
And Ant Hill's 237.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's fine.
He's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, he's fine.
He didn't do it, CB. He didn't do it. In that suit, it just sometimes you get blood on the suit. But it happens. He didn't do it. Free man. Now he's a man of God. Shout out to Ray, man.
But I'll say this. Anthony Hill reminds me of how violent Ray Lewis played coming out of college. Ant Hill wants you to remember every tackle. And that's how Ray Lewis played. And that's what I love about Anthony Hill. I mean, he is a violent football player in the best way. The best way. He's going to punish you if you try to block. And then if you're the ball carrier, I'm going to light you up. And that's what's fun about, this defense. I can't say enough about how excited I am to see this defense play. Arch Manning he'll be fine. He'll throw deep balls. Hopefully guys catch him. They got dudes at every position. They'll be fine on offense. But defense, oh man, with that at linebacker and with the edge pressure that Texas can deliver, then if you get into 3rd and long, you're done. Like, the quarterbacks should be under siege this year, starting with Julian Sayin. And Colin Simmons had, 6 quarterback pressures against Michigan, 1 sack. This year, if he gets 6 QB pressures, he's probably going to hit home on 3. So I can't wait. Ethan Burke, there's going to be meet me at the quarterback. I mean, that's what this year has a chance to be for Texas. And my God, Justice Terry's working at defensive end. They're going to try and get him on the field. Now, him and Lance Jackson, I'm already hearing and look, Justice Terry, as soon as he grows into that body and hits 300, because his ass looks like he's going to be 300, just like Tavondre Sweat got to Texas, he was 254, ended up 100 pounds heavier. But for now, Justice Terry's working at defensive end with Lal and Clark, because the easiest way for a freshman to make an impact is to rush the passer. Just go get him.
Go get him. Don't have him think.
Right.
See ball, get ball.
Yeah. See ball, get ball. And then you got Colton Vasek coming back from injury.
That's
Ethan.
what I want to see, man. Where's he at?
Right.
I remember him at old damn Westlake High School causing havoc.
But you know what? Those years of redshirting are gonna help, because it's gonna cause him to be around. Burke is done after this year. So then you got Colton Vasek, and then you got Zena Umazulu, and you got Lance Jackson, Colin Simmons for another year. And yeah, man, Texas is loaded up.
If I'm Ethan Burke, and Ethan Burke, Bucky and BK having them on here, TSU, great young man, like great head on his shoulders, thinks the right things. You want the type of teammate that Ethan Burke brings to the locker room. That dude, he got something to prove. Colin Simmons getting a lot of hype. Contract year, correct. Colin Simmons getting a lot of hype, which he deserves. Like, guys that look like Colin Simmons and have that mindset that he has, they don't come around very often. But if you're Ethan Burke, you could argue that from his sophomore year to his junior year, he got less playing time. And it was all about, just
Trey Moore
and the team. And Ethan Burke made the plays when he had to. Obviously, that one against the Aggies, that's one that all Texas fans will always remember. But Ethan Burke this year, with all the attention Colin Simmons is getting, all the attention Anthony Hill is getting, Trey Moore's still there, Ethan Burke could surprise everyone. And they'd be like, yo, we thought Colin Simmons was that dude. Who the hell is white boy out here looking like one of the Watt brothers?
With with that 83-inch wingspan and the 36-inch arms.
I'm telling you, you're right, man. This defense, they could be better than last year's. And last year's defense, Thorpe Award winner, Andrew Makuba, how good he was. Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, they had some dogs on this defense last year. But what Steve Sarkisian and this coaching staff have built, you're going to have dogs every year. And this 2025 team, they can be just as special, if not better. So, yeah, August 30th can't come faster enough.
Yeah, and remember, PK was the one coaching the defensive ends before. Now you have Lal and Clark. And I wrote a big story about Lal and Clark and how he got his start into coaching. and how he got in with, this pass rushing performance group out of Houston and run by a guy named Brandon Turner, and Alan Clark took off. Like, the players loved him, loved his energy, loved his, Daniil Hunter, Ed Oliver, Jeffrey Simmons, Micah Parsons worked with him. And this guy's 29 and is at Texas and is teaching these guys how to be NFL type pass rushers. Not that PK wasn't, but I'm watching that position closely because he knows what he's doing. He's worked with Larry Johnson at Ohio State. He's worked with top end coaches, and I'm expecting a great pass rush this year.
Yeah.
Like,
now if you're Pete Kwiatkowski, you can focus on everything. Now your time is spent a lot differently than it was before, where you were coaching the edge rushers as a position group, but also as the defensive play caller and the defensive coordinator. So now you're CEO in this thing a little bit more, and someone, like you said, that's as special as Alan Clark, that means something. And I think that's going to pay, a huge benefit for the squad. So
yeah,
I like Alan Clark, man. Dudes, he looks like he fits right in, which I don't know why we put it past Sark ever when he brings in these other coaches, and it's like there's just no drop off. And that's how it is. It's coaching staff, I can't say it enough, how good Sark and CDC bringing guys in. And like, you should always have the top dogs at Texas, but we've seen in previous years, Herman, Strong era, hell, even Mac towards the end, sometimes you don't get it right. And sometimes you be making changes in the season and guys confused. You don't know who's being listened to or not. It gets messy. I don't see much mess with this coaching staff. Like, everybody has their role. All the players respect that, and they can just go out there and do their thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm expecting big things from this defense. And I don't know how the secondary can be as connected as they were last year, because I do think that communication between Michael Taft, Jade Barron, and Andrew Makuba was special. It was different. But maybe it will be. Maybe it will be.
Yeah.
They went from one of the worst pass defenses to one of the best in one offseason.
Yeah. By the way, this came out a week or so ago, or maybe two, but what's my man's name? Devontae Smith over there in Philly. Someone asked him, like, who on the defense is standing out? And he was like, that dude from Texas, talking about Andrew Makuba. That dude from Texas.
I'm telling you.
Got something to him. Like you said, which, we all do, but you've been on Andrew Makuba longer than anyone. And that's a steal. He got picked up in the third round where he did. That's a steal.
He is so locked in. He is so football IQ, so football savvy. Man, if that dude stays healthy, he's gonna be a Pro Bowl safety. I'm just telling you. And that's why he wanted to transfer to Texas, because Clemson had him in the nickel. And he's like, man, I can make plays on the ball. Remember, he had one interception in 3 years at Clemson, and everyone's like, oh, this guy can't catch. He had 5 last season. 5. Tied with Jade Barron, the Thorpe Award winner. Like, Andrew Makuba's like, I can make plays on the ball. I need to be allowed to roam, make some plays on the ball. None bigger than the interception to end the game against Arizona State.
Yeah.
He baited him into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't love it.
Yeah.
Got your
Makuba,
ass, man.
kills me. He didn't go to my Lions.
Mm.
Play with Brian Branch. Oh, that would have been insane.
Yeah, now you might have to see him in the playoffs. Get past them.
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, and CB says, Hill was robbed of the Buckets last year. PK was robbed of the Broyles Award. And yeah, I mean,
that committee saw what happened on that screen pass to go into halftime. And they were like, we can't give it to him. We can't do it. We can't do it. We can't.
It was probably his until that play.
Right, his, which is foul. That shouldn't be the case, but all those guys who were involved in that committee, they watched that game. They were probably like, ain't no way one of the best defensive coordinators in the nation will allow this to happen. You don't have many options here. What are you doing? I love you, PK. I love you, dog. I hope that wakes you up every night in the cold sweat, that play. Trayvon Henderson galloping down that sideline. Haunts your dreams. Makes you a better man. Like, never again. Never again.
Trust your defense.
Yeah. Dwayne Akina probably put him on blast on that. Yo, PK. You heard what Sark told Third Longhorn and all those guys, how PK and Dwayne Akina, they be in the lab like late night, and Sark be peeping his head in there, see what's going on, and they talking about stuff where Sark's like, good grief, guys. Like, really? We're talking about this right now? But you need that. Dwayne Akina probably let PK know, like, yo, bro, if I'm going to come back to Austin, shit like this, never going to happen again. You got to promise me that. It's never going to happen again. I'm right there with you. I want to come back. We'll do everything in our power to avoid a moment like this. And Pete Kwiatkowski, being the good coach that he is, was like, okay, you're right. Appreciate you, coach. Sometimes the best need help. That's okay. That's okay. Sometimes the greatest of all time need a little help. That's all right. The great ones ask for help. The great ones are okay to put that pride to the side and allow somebody to come in and give their opinion and outlook on things to make you think a little bit differently.
Right.
You weren't like that before. Pete Kwiatkowski, maybe, which, again, brilliant defensive mind. But now you got guys in, Alan Clark, Mark Orfeh, Dwayne Akina, might tweak things just a tad to where that play, we'll never see anything like that again. So, yeah.
And PK is open-minded. Like, he's not one of these dudes that's like, I have all the answers my way or the highway. He will tweak and adjust. That's what makes him so good. So that's why I'm so interested to see this defense this year, because they could just be filthy. And last year we heard all about Tennessee, James Pierce, Tennessee. Now we're hearing about Clemson, TJ Parker, Peter Woods, Texas, Colin Simmons, Trey Moore, Ethan Burke, Anthony Hill. If they got 2 defensive tackles, they need 4 to 6 defensive tackles in a rotation. But last year they pretty much played with 3. 4. It was really Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, Jermaine Lolay, and then Big Bill Norton in certain situations. So they need 4. They brought in 5 transfers. They should have 4 in there. Cole Brevard, Murad Watson, Travis Shaw, Alex January. Okay, if you can stop the run, let's say you just hold him to 113 yards per game, which is what I think that's what they, let me see. I think that's what they held him to last year. If you do that again this year, you hold him to, okay, they held him to 109. You hold him to 109, 110 113. That should allow the pass rush to get there. And that's where this thing should be fun, because Texas was among the nation's leaders in tackles for loss last year. And let me see who led everybody in sacks. But
yes,
they got
Norton. I still follow him on Instagram. I think he's a rapper now.
who?
Bill Norton.
Really?
I saw that today. Yes, I think he has like a dual album with one of his homies, and yeah, I think he's a rapper. I had to go. I had to scroll past it because I just got, your boy just now getting back. I got too much on my plate right about now. I couldn't focus on Bill Norton rapping, but sometime this week I'm gonna have to get a look at that because wow. Which more power to him. Maybe he has bars. Maybe he's a husky Eminem.
Okay, so the leaders in sacks last year, Boise had 55 sacks, and Ohio State had 53, and Ole Miss had 52, and Texas was 15th with 46.
Yeah,
I guarantee you Texas will have 55 sacks this year.
Damn, guarantee you going Charles Barkley on us? Guarantee it.
All right, I'm putting that on a sticky note.
Yeah, put it down. I'll find that this week, CB. I'll find that Bill Norton this week. If it ain't worth putting up here, then and plus they try to get us with copyright and stuff. We ain't got time with all that, especially Bill Norton. Like I could have them be like, they're playing stuff on YouTube of Bill. Like, nah. Yeah, put that up, man. 55. That's a high number. I mean, what we got, Colin Simmons? About 15?
15.
15, Colin Simmons. Let's say Trey Moore gets 7. Say Ant Hill gets 8 again, maybe 9. Ethan Burke, 7. Y'all gonna have to help me because that Bowie High School education, I know the numbers I said, but they ain't all coming together when I add them up.
Ant Hill, he had 8 last year. I'll give him at least 10 this year.
10 this year, all right.
That's
Murad Watson, give him at least 3, maybe.
Huh?
Murad Watson.
Yep.
Maybe like 3.
Colton Vasek, he's good for 3 or 4.
3 or 4. Look at this roster.
And you're going to get some, here and there from like Leonga Lafau, from, because last year, if you look at the Texas defense, you got sacks you got 2 from Michael Taff, you got 1 from Jade Barron, 2 from Leonga Lafau, 1 from David Benda, 1 from Alfred Collins, 9 from Colin Simmons, 6 from Baron Sorrell, 4 from Vernon Broughton. So yeah, Murad Watson, 3 or 4. Trey Moore had 5.5. Ethan Burke had 2. Ty Anthony Smith had a half a sack. Bill Norton had 1. Colton Vasek had 2. So you're going to, Jelani McDonald Put him down for a couple.
Yeah.
Because if he's playing star near the line, Jelani, he'll get home.
Yeah, Jalen Gilbo had a couple last year playing that star spot, which I'm very curious about him. I love Jalen Gilbo. Y'all know that. Listening to Chip and Zay for these last few years, like Jalen Gilbo, I think that dude so underrated. Where is he gonna be? You know, is he gonna be on that outside? They're gonna move him back to that star. Like, what does this season mean for him? Because he's one of the leaders. Low key, he's been around long enough where when Jalen Gilbo speaks, guys' ears should perk up because that dude's played some ball and played at a high level. It's just all the guys that you had last year, Taf Makuba, Barron, Malik Muhammad, like you could fly under the radar a little bit. So now coming into this season, the Port Arthur product, what does this season have in store for him? Because I think he could be huge. Like, I don't think he's getting talked about enough. And Manny Muhammad, same with him. Like, contract year, Manny. Last year you were solid, but with all that talent, they had to pick on somebody, and that was you. So have you cleaned up all those little things that might have gotten you exposed last year? I think he has. Coming up into another season, but now he's the man. Now he's that quote-unquote shutdown corner for this team. Jahdae Barron, he ain't walking through that door anytime soon. So, Manny Muhammad, you ready for it? You ready to get those matchups, because you got the best wide receiver in the nation. Game one, Jeremiah Smith. That's scouts galore.
Okay, let's say whoever's lining up next to Michael Taft, say it's Derek Williams. So remember, the way PK defended Jeremiah Smith last year was whenever he was in the slot, he put Makuba over the top of him, and Will Howard just kept going to Carnell Tate.
Yeah,
which was a smart decision. Smith only ended up with one catch for 3 yards. So can Derek Williams do that? If maybe they move, you could see Jelani play star, see him play safety. And I want to see what Jonah Williams can do this year.
Oh, come on, man.
What?
Come on. He still got that baseball in him.
No, remember he said baseball season is baseball season. Football season is football season.
That's a lot.
Yeah, but
this guy's already in there grinding. What about Xavier Filsaime? Warren Rowe?
Yeah. Xavier Filsaime ain't 6'3", 217.
Jordan Johnson Rebel. What about
I like Jordan Johnson Rebel, but guess what? Jordan Johnson Rebel
is smaller.
Is 6'1" and change. I'm
Kobe
just saying.
Black, like Kobe Black. Don't sleep on
Kobe Black, 6'2". Jordan Johnson Rebel, he's 5'10". Jonah Williams, 6'3". 217. Runs like the wind. As long as those hammies are nice and loose.
I hope they are.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Dwayne Aquina, the great thing about Dwayne Aquina is if you prove yourself in practice, you're playing in the game. He will rotate you in. He is not like Todd Orlando, who played the same 11. He wanted guys to know exactly. He wanted them to work together all the time so that they knew exactly where they were, how they communicate, blah, blah, blah. If you got talent and you can get guys a rest, you do it.
Yeah.
They got a chance. This
right.
defense got a chance.
All right. I want Jonah Williams to succeed too, but I'm just saying that's a lot. Baseball season was long, and like you said, them hammies, but the
We'll see.
swagger's there. We know the swagger's there.
Oh, yeah.
How quick is he able to get acclimated to what Pete Kwiatkowski's going to be throwing at him? That's a lot. It could be complex for a freshman. I'm sure Jeff Banks is going to find a spot for him, as my man Rex is saying. Like, we know Jeff Banks, special teams, Jonah Williams, he's going to find a spot. He's going to play. But on this defense, these other guys, they've been waiting their turn. Warren Roberson, Kobe Black, Xavier Filsaime, Wardell Mack, they've been waiting their turn. Jordan Johnson Rebel.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. If Warren Roberson is making plays, he's gonna play. I mean, a guy we don't even talk about is Santana Wilson, and that dude made a ton of plays in the spring. I heard he might have led the team in interceptions in the spring. Santana Wilson at corner. That dude can play. You got Kobe Black, you got Jalen Gilbo, you got Cade Phillips. And Akina knows if we're going to keep all this young talent, we got to get them on the field. They got to earn it, but if they earn it, they're going to get on the field. And Akina has shown that. Nathan Vasher played young. Cedric Griffin, Terrell Brown, Aaron Ross, and those guys all got playing time. Even, you had Michael Griffin and Michael Huff at safety, but Akina rotated those corners. So I'm very interested to see what this rotation looks like against Ohio State.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, Warren Roberson reminds me of he's got so much confidence. And
didn't he have the pick last year where he dove? It was in the end zone.
No, that was Wardell Mack.
That was Wardell Mack. Okay, I get them confused.
Against Colorado State. That was still one of the best interceptions of the year.
Filthy.
And it came in the first game. That was a toe tap, fully extended interception. And they love Wardell Mack. He's playing the star with Grayson Littleton, another guy they love. Love. Grayson Littleton is football IQ through the roof. So, man.
No, it said a lot when, what's my man's name? Javion Cole, who was right. When he said deuces, that told me a lot. Damn, bro, you just got here. I thought they were high on you coming out of San Jose State. Clearly, you don't see yourself.
He was the highest rated corner in the SEC going into last season. Javion Cole.
And I don't mean nothing. That whatever conference he was playing in, I don't know what he was doing, but it didn't translate.
No, didn't translate. Didn't translate. Yeah, man. I'm excited. I want to see what these dudes are all about. But they got to be connected. They got to be, and I just think with Anthony Hill running the show, Colin Simmons, they're going to be connected. Michael Taft in the back end. Michael Taft, he ain't afraid to say, hey, that's not how we do it.
Oh, yeah.
Here's how we do it. So.
Oh, Michael Taft will beat your ass if you go against the team and the culture. He seems like one of those dudes. Oh, y'all think it's sweet out here. Y'all want to do y'all's own thing. Any selfish player on the team, I could see Michael Taft giving them a right hook to the jaw, because Mookie Taft don't play about the University of Texas. He don't play about this football team. It's all business. That's why we love Mookie Taft, because he came back for that. He loves this school. We all know the story. He could have went multiple places and got a lot of playing time earlier. Nah, coach, I want the grind. I'm meant to be a Longhorn. I want the grind. I'm going to earn everything I get here. And you walk on the All-American. Just a story that will never get old. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
He reminds me of like Freddie Steinmark without the bad ending, without the cancer, without the, Freddie Steinmark was just a little engine that could player turned into All-American. And then turns out he was playing his senior year with cancer in his leg. I mean,
Jeez.
Unbelievable. But yeah, this team, this defense got a chance. Got a chance. Let's see if they can be as connected as last year's group and just keep answering. Because even after that terrible play call, the Travion Henderson 75-yard touchdown, the defense came right out in the third quarter and got a stop.
Yeah.
And it was right there. I wrote about it today, how that short yardage and goal line offense has to be a priority. It has to be. Fourth and 1, 3rd and 1, 1st and goal from the 1. Those have to be culture plays. Whether it's Texas's version of the tush push or Arch Manning under center, it cannot haunt this team again. It's haunted them. In 22 against TCU and 23 against OU and last year against Ohio State with a national championship on the line. It cannot haunt Texas again. That can't be the conversation. So,
by the way, did you hear Cam Newton's thoughts on Arch Manning?
What do you say?
I'm about to pull it up. We can watch the video of it because Cam was talking about it on the podcast. And Cam, say what you want about him. I thought Cam was money with what he said. Now I'm paraphrasing it, but he was like, I can relate to Arch Manning more than people think because I always thought I had more talent than Tim Tebow. But there were things that Tebow had that I didn't and needed to learn, like with Arch and Quinn Ewers. And that situation, it was interesting. I'm about to pull it up once it gets loaded and ready to go. But yeah, I never really thought that Cam Newton could have any type of, sympathy, empathy for Arch Manning. But
well, the thing about Cam Newton is he's so blessed physically. He's enormous. Like he's 6'5" and 250, but he's cut out of stone. And when you're that big and that physical, you do think you're the baddest man in the room, but you also need to have those intangible things. And Tebow was he was what, 6? I don't know what he was, 6'1", 6'3".
I mean, they listed him at 6'3". He might be 6'1". You know how they do.
All right, they listed him at 6'3".
Yeah.
And he's thick. He's built like a fullback. Tebow's mojo was just willing to put it out there, put his own neck on the line and say, get on my back and let's go. No one's going to outwork me. No one's going to out anything me. And his teammates just rallying behind that, I mean, they obviously tweaked some of the offense for him so that he could come in and short yardage and goal line situations and do his fullback runs and his jump passes with Chris Leak as they won a national championship in 06. And then again, when it was all Tebow in 08, when Texas should have played him for the national championship and we could have had an unbelievable game.
Right.
Colt McCoy against Tim Tebow. Come on, man.
Yeah. All right, here it is. Cam Newton talking on this podcast about Arch Manning.
They went into the University of Texas with the understanding that they're trying to put Arch Manning in the best situation to be developed over time. It's not about playing. That's going to come. But who's going to develop this specific talent to be the best talent by the time he's eligible to go to the next level? A lot of these parents and a lot of these players get so jaded off of the fact that, hey, I'm trying to play early. No. Scratch that. Go somewhere that after 3 years, you could put yourself in a position to go to the league. That doesn't mean that I'm going somewhere where I could play early or start. Just because you're starting doesn't mean you're getting developed. I've always felt like I was more talented than Tim Tebow, but I needed Tim Tebow to show me what I lacked. Tim Tebow is an unbelievable leader, verbally and by actions. Arch would be a fool if he has not learned anything from Quinn Ewers, how he prepared, how he lead his team, and just how he handled and managed the expectations for being a quarterback at a university like Texas. The synonym for Heisman is hype. The player who has the most hype typically wins the Heisman. I don't think another quarterback has had this much hype at the University of Texas since the great Vince Young. You are a freaking fool if you don't think Cooper Manning, Archie Manning, Eli Manning, and Peyton Manning has any type of involvement with the decision-making of their nephew, their grandson, or their son. Because with a name like Manning, it holds a lot of weight in this football world.
Yeah. I mean, I think Arch is a guy who listens. He's not a guy who thinks he's got all the answers. He listens. I think he's been a sponge, and I think he has picked up some really important how-tos from Quinn Ewers. And he said it. He said, I've seen how Quinn handles expectations, how he handled having me as a backup. Put those blinders on and make sure that you're locked into the game plan and you're seeing everything you're supposed to see on the field and getting your teammates into the right situations with protection checks and getting out of a bad play into a good play. I'm expecting a lot from Arch Manning.
Yeah, I think him being humble is the best way to go, because you could easily be an ass and think that your ish don't stink because of your last name. But your family members, they don't have that about them. You know what I'm saying? Like they love the game. They love the pureness of the game and everything that comes with it. And that's hard work, preparation, being a good teammate, culture, all those just cliche things that goes into being a good football player. The whole Manning family, they love that part of the game. So now that it's Arch's turn, he's seen that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, it's easy to look at Peyton's greatness, top 5 quarterback to ever do it, but really, like look at Eli. Eli went through it. Talk about someone with thick skin. I don't think Eli Manning gets enough. I think that being in New York and beating Brady those 2 times, that's why I put Eli in Canton. His stats might not say everything, the Pro Bowls, all that, all pros. That's probably not there. But what Eli Manning had to take and deal with on a week-to-week basis with not the most talent. Like who's Eli Manning's best wide receiver throughout his career? Odell Beckham Jr.? Victor Cruz?
Eli Manning's,
yeah. My man that shot himself, Plexico?
Yeah, Plexico Burris.
Like Odell's good, but Odell, especially back then, head case. So that was something to deal with. Like Odell was young, Odell out of there. Victor Cruz might have been the most stable wide receiver that he had with his salsa dancing self. And Victor was like I don't even think he was drafted. I think he was one of those free agent guys that came along and made himself a really solid career in the National Football League. So, yeah, Eli doesn't get enough respect. And I've heard Arch talk about, like, yeah, seeing Eli in New York in that market with those expectations, those fans, and just, you make fun of his weird face and stuff, but Eli never let stuff faze him. He just went out there and played. And sometimes it was really good, and sometimes it wasn't so good. But he was there. Giants won a lot of games. Giants got rings with Eli running the show. So that's
they had a great defense too.
They did. You're right. Like, yeah, they
Strahan, Humaniora,
with no fingers.
APP.
Jason Pierre-Paul, which, hey, you know me, I'd always find examples of how to navigate through this life. Don't ever catch me popping fireworks, ever. Jason Pierre-Paul, nope, he's the example of what not to do. Homeboy walking around like this. Looks like he's throwing up gang signs for the rest of his life because he wanted to play with fireworks. Like, absolutely not. So, yes, you're right. They had some terrific defenses, but you still need a guy to go out there and make things happen under center. And Eli was that dude. So that's where I'm very calm when it comes to Arch Manning, even though part of me is like, damn, this is a lot. This is a lot of attention, boy. Like, how does any normal human being handle this? But when you have that family background, when you've been taught the right things, how to go about it in the right way, you feel a little less pressure. And if Arch goes with that, and again, his teammates, they got to help. Travian Wisner has to have a big season. That offensive line has to be a lot better than expected with all those new faces. And wide receivers, they got to show up. Emmett Mosley the fifth. What's up, bruh? Ryan Wingo, have you taken that step? Because I heard from a lot of people, if you would have got the volume like a Jeremiah Smith, like Ryan Williams, both of them dudes on the cover of the new video game that just came out today, if you would have got that same volume as those two, you would have been in that same category. All right, show me something. DeAndre Moore, contract year, DeAndre Moore. You're the leader of this wide receiver group. Jack Indries, what's up? You saw what Gunnar Helm did. Why not you? You saw what JT Sanders did. Why not you? All those guys got to make life as easy as possible. And clearly, Steve Sarkisian with his play calling at the right times and what he's calling and how that playbook's maybe expanded due to the athleticism that Arch Manning brings to the table. What's all that going to look like? Make Arch's life easier so some of that pressure ain't weighing on him as much. A lot to talk about. That's why it's fun. That's why our job's a blast, because we get to talk about those things. And again, now July 7th, SEC Media Day next week. Like, come on, man. It's great to be back. Love vacation with my wife. Love my wife. It was beautiful. It's great to be back, though. It's great to be back. I got to come back to you guys and talk college football. What could be better?
That's what I'm saying.
My life's good.
Come on, man. Yeah. Well, I was just looking at Peyton and Eli, their numbers in college, because they both stayed all 4 years. And they both it's interesting because they both had really good first years as full-time starters. Eli as a sophomore at Ole Miss, 31 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Peyton, 22 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. They both had more interceptions in their junior and senior years than they did in their first years as a full-time starter. So be interesting to see how Arch handles that in his first full year. I did a story on the last 6. They've got Arch as the Heisman front runner, and I'll just make this the chip shot. Before we get to the chip shot, though, hey, it is Monday, which means all night happy hour at Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And all night happy hour means you're getting the $7 social hour menu, which has the firecracker shrimp, the bacon deviled eggs. But go in, get your friends together. What a great place to gather, eat some great food, great service, and a great vibe. That's what it's all about. Get in there. Monday night, all night happy hour. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And for my guys who are snoring, hey, take advantage of this incredible offer while it lasts to go into the Sleep Cycle Center, where our man, Dr. Chad Denman, who has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father when he was 60. He's been a big supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered. And if you go to sleepcyclecenters.com, set up an appointment, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, they're going to take $100 off your sleep study. And so that you get diagnosed properly. Because if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health risk. And Dr. Chad has the best medical technology to diagnose sleep apnea and the best treatment options, including oral appliances like I have, mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open when I sleep. Make sure I'm getting that oxygen that I need, the deep sleep that I need. So take advantage of this incredible offer right now. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. And our man, Tom McKay, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, there's only one place to go in Austin, Texas, and that is Audiovisual Consultations. Tom and his crew make it so easy. They're the best in the business. Tom's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So you don't need to be lugging them around town, punching holes in your drywall. Just call 255-8678 and let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You just keep going on about your business. Have some fun this summer while Tom and his crew put up that big screen TV in your home. Surround sound. They can do surveillance, new lighting, electronic shades, you name it. All you got to do is call 255-8678. So Zay, in looking at Peyton Manning and Eli Manning and their time in college, Peyton was not the starter his freshman year, although he did end up starting some games down the stretch because of an injury. Eli Manning was not the starter, just played backup minutes, but both Peyton and Eli were the starter in year 2, their sophomore years. And Eli completed 63.5% of his passes. Peyton completed 64.2% of his passes. For both guys, that was the highest completion percentage they had in their college careers, was their sophomore year, their first year as a starting quarterback at their respective schools. Peyton at Tennessee, Eli at Ole Miss. Peyton threw for 22 touchdowns, 4 interceptions that first year as a starter, and Eli threw for 31 touchdowns with 9 interceptions his first year as a starter. So that, obviously Arch is now in year 3 as he enters his first year as a full-time starter. So maybe he's picked up enough where he can even improve on those numbers of his uncles. They both Peyton and Eli had David Cutcliffe as their offensive play caller, and I think David Cutcliffe was seen at the time as one of the best offensive minds in college football, just like Steve Sarkisian is. So I think it's going to be interesting to see. And I looked at the last 6 quarterbacks who were Heisman Trophy winners, and if you average out their numbers and use that as the bar for a quarterback to win the Heisman, if you use the last 6 quarterbacks, you would need to throw for more than 40 touchdowns and 6 interceptions.
Damn.
How about that? Even if you take Joe Burrow's numbers out, if you leave Joe Burrow's numbers in, it's 45 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. So, no, sorry, 46 touchdowns and 6 interceptions while running for 532 yards and 8 touchdowns.
Wait, Joe Burrow ran for that?
Joe Burrow ran for 368 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Damn.
But you've got some runners in there, like Kyler Murray ran for 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns. Caleb Williams only ran for 382 yards when he won it, but he ran for 10 touchdowns. Jaden Daniels ran for 1,134 yards and 10 touchdowns. So if you leave Joe Burrow's numbers in, you would have, the average of the last 6 quarterbacks to win the Heisman, 70% completion rate, 4,647 yards passing, 46 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and then run for 532 yards, 4.7 yards per carry, and 8 touchdowns. Now, if you take Joe Burrow's numbers out, Joe Burrow had the 60 touchdown pass, 6 interception season, greatest in college football history, 5,671 yards passing. You take those numbers out, the average is completion rate of 68.7%, 4,441 yards passing, 43 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. And all of the last 6 Heisman winners had more than 40 touchdown passes. Baker Mayfield, 43 and 6 interceptions. Kyler Murray, 42 touchdown passes, 7 interceptions. Joe Burrow, 60 touchdown passes, 6 interceptions. Bryce Young, 47 touchdown passes, 7 interceptions. Caleb Williams, 42 touchdown passes, 5 interceptions. And Jaden Daniels, 40 touchdown passes, 4 interceptions. So those dudes put up some special numbers. Let's see if, we'll see how much Arch has learned from his time waiting. How well does he know this offense? How quickly can he get on the same page with guys like Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, Jack Endries? From what I hear, they're grinding it. So let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Hell of a chip shot per usual. Before the right call, though, I got to give a shout out to Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership, that been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Wifey and I, before we went on vacation, we had to drop Champ off at my in-laws, and we dropped the car off and left it at my parent or in-laws' place, and mother-in-law drove the Buick Encore GX around. She absolutely loved it. I think she was driving it around just because, which, again, she deserves to. She took care of Champ. Go ahead, Mary, do your thing. But, yes, great feedback from that. And, hey, you could be a Covert Bee Cave customer like us and go get you a Buick Encore GX or plenty more. They got GMC, they got Ram, they got Jeep, they got Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. New pre-owned, it doesn't matter. You're going to find what you want and you're going to be set. You'll be hitting the roads just, hey, without any worry about the AC going out, a check engine light coming on, or your brakes messing up. That's a hassle. They will hook you up. You will find a warranty that fits you, that you'll feel comfortable with, and be out on the road and a happy camper. So go to covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, gotta get a little messy from the right call since we've been gone for a week or so. So we talked a little bit about Tom Brady earlier, just a little bit, the GOAT, enjoying retirement, enjoying the single life too, because my man Tom Brady is outside. He has been linked to Kate Hudson, Sofia Vergara, Dakota Johnson, which if you don't know who Dakota Johnson is, go watch 50 Shades of Grey and all them movies. Dakota Johnson, yeah, she out here too. And plenty of other women on retirement. Here's a picture, Kate Hudson to the left, Dakota Johnson to the right, Tom Brady, they all on the yacht just chilling, just kicking it. So Tom's enjoying the single life, man. He ain't worried about Giselle no more. He ain't worried about jiu-jitsu no more, which, hey, even if you Tom Brady, that has to hurt, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, this your woman, after all these years, for one, she was the breadwinner. I know Tom Brady ain't hurting. We know he can order cheese on the Whopper, but Giselle, there was a reason why Brady was taking all them pay cuts in New England. Giselle got it. Giselle was paying for a lot of things. She's one of the greatest supermodels to ever catwalk down this thing. But Tom ain't worried about that no more. Tom is living his best life. Kate Hudson, she a Hall of Famer. Kate Hudson been putting up 25 and 12 for 20-something years. We talking about almost famous. Like, Kate Hudson been doing it. Dakota Johnson, solid too. Then there's a picture of him, Sofia Vergara, and some other guy that's like kissing Sofia Vergara. I don't know who he is, but yeah. Like, Sofia Vergara, she like 50-something. That don't matter. She a Hall of Famer too. Jay, I used to watch Modern Family. Jay, when she was with my man, Al Bundy, Married with Children on that show. So, yeah, my man Tom Brady deserves this, man, because Giselle did him wrong. Because who knows? She was getting those workouts from jiu-jitsu long before it ever became a thing. And now Tom's kids have a new brother or sister because Giselle got pregnant with jiu-jitsu and they had their own kid. So that's a lot. That's a lot for any man, even the great Tom Brady. So how you deal with heartbreak, you move on and you live like a king as you should. And if that means hanging out with Sofia Vergara and Kate Hudson and Dakota Johnson to find that happiness, so be it. I ain't mad at Tom. Tom, do your thing. Don't even lock none of those down, Tom. Just keep on pimping. Just keep on macking. You Tom Brady, bruh. You the catch. You kidding? 7 Super Bowl rings? You serious? Like, Tom should have a new one every month.
You had me at Sofia Vergara.
See, I'm telling you. Sofia Vergara, man. She can't even act. If it wasn't for Modern Family, I don't know, like, again, she's fine, but it wasn't like she was the main one on Modern Family. Like, my man Al Bundy did his thing. The dad was cool. Modern Family was a good show. But people were watching because She looked good. I don't think people ever said Sofia Vergara is the greatest actress of all time. You've never heard that before. Love her though. Love her. Does great work. But yeah, Tom Brady, that's my man. That's my guy. Like, he deserves this. You know what I'm saying? So good for him. Now, on another note, Stephon Diggs. Now, New England Patriots Stephon Diggs. Apparently, him and Cardi B's relationship has came to an end, supposedly.
Oh, shocker.
Don't say that, man.
Well, he was on that boat talking to 3 other women.
She was on the boat too, though.
Yeah, she's probably down there talking to 3 other guys.
Oh, man. I was banking on this relationship.
No, you were not.
I was.
No, you were not.
I was. Stephon Diggs gets a bad reputation. I was thinking that Cardi B might have changed them. She crazy as hell. That's a lot. She crazy as hell. And who knows? Like, Cardi B, they were together for 2 months. So Cardi B hasn't been through a football season yet.
They didn't even make it to football season.
They didn't even make it to football season.
Yeah, they're both too active.
Yeah, too active. He was getting ready for that. So what happened? Where was the disconnect? Of course,
probably on that boat.
See,
Am I wrong?
I don't think, you're thinking too far out there, but I
remember Brian Robinson, friend of the show, Brian Robinson, went around asking all of his Minnesota Vikings teammates, who is the guy you'd least want to date your sister? And overwhelmingly, the Vikings said Stephon Diggs.
He was young. That was like 2 years in, 3 years in the league.
I understand, but it's hard for a leopard to change his spots. And you're telling me you were banking on Stephon Diggs and Cardi B.
I was, man. That's good hip hop love right there. Like, we need that. I'm not saying Jay-Z, Beyonce, not even close, but damn, like something. And Stephon Diggs, like, the women love Stephon Diggs. Like, that dude, it'd be hard for a brother like that to just say no, to not have all that temptation. But you're Cardi B. Cardi B, there's a reason why she made that song WAP. She looked like she got that WAP. So I'm not, I ain't mad at Stephon Diggs for seeing what was up.
They probably had a nice little summer romance.
Right. But if you're Cardi B, if you're Stephon Diggs, like, one another is a little bit toxic. That's why I thought they had hope. I thought 2 negatives could make a positive. That's what I looked at.
Since when does that work?
I don't know. Hey, sometimes you never know.
Let's think of the 2 negatives who've made a positive in celebrity history.
Yeah, I can't think of them. You're putting me on the spot. I can't think of anybody at the moment. We'll run it back tomorrow. Y'all, everybody listening, viewers, let us know if there's anyone tomorrow that we might be missing out on. Because there's someone has to be there to where a man's life just completely changed because of a good woman who might have a little baggage under her belt. I'm wrong with a little baggage. It's just how you manage it.
Right.
But yeah, a little summer romance. I was banking on this. I thought this was real love. But if you're Stephon Diggs, Cardi got the kids with the rapper Offset from the Migos. That's a lot. I ain't trying to be a father of nobody's kids. So that's tough. When the real life, the real world started coming up, Cardi, she has to go be a mom. They can't just be out and about all the time. Cardi's got a new album coming out. So now she has different responsibilities that she has to, Stephon Diggs on the new team with the Patriots. So he has to get acclimated to that. It's like, run it back, like, go to therapy or something. You think they tried therapy? They can afford it. That's what I'm saying. Like, how hard did they try? Of course,
You're
Stephon
asking
Diggs.
Stephon Diggs to go to therapy?
He ain't above therapy.
Oh,
Don't
he
say
needs
that.
it, but he ain't going to go pay for that to go listen to someone say, wow, you're kind of a scoundrel.
I'm damn scoundrel. That's a
Yeah.
little harsh.
Because he's probably just been dipping his, pen and ink wherever he wants.
See, I don't know about this, John. Madonna and Sean Penn, I don't know.
That's pretty good, actually. In terms of two people who a little bit toxic. I mean, they made it for a year or two or something.
Was Sean Penn toxic, or was that just his role as the stoner in Fast Time, Ridgemont High? Was he really toxic outside of that? I thought
he was a little bit of a hothead. He was a little bit of a hothead back in the day.
Okay.
He's a bad boy.
Colors is my joint where he's the cop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's my joint. That was like the first gang movie.
Oh, yeah.
See, that's a good one. Carmen Electra, Dennis Rodman.
There you go. Now we're getting somewhere.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's what Britney Spears and whoever. Kevin Federline.
He ain't nobody. All right, we're over two, man. Great show.
Bring in the fellas.
Great to be back. Let's bring in the guys.
Patrick and Matt, what's going on, fellas?
Oh, just ready to be back on a Monday. Did y'all talk about Paul Pierce? What he said over the weekend? I want to get Chip.
Oh, I got that for tomorrow.
Okay, I won't bring up then. I won't bring up, but it's fun stuff. So
it's great stuff. Yeah, yeah. Because Chip can't stand Paul Pierce. I gotta bring.
I know. Up. I was trying to get him riled up on it. Well, wait, we get him riled up tomorrow then.
Yeah, we got
riled up tomorrow.
Appreciate
See you tomorrow. Have a good one. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Here on Open Gym, we're here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI, as we get rolling in here on a Monday afternoon. Matt, first of all, let's just off the top, of course, all of our thoughts are with everybody in Central Texas and everything that was terrible that happened this weekend with the flooding. It's just catastrophic and terrible, and we just awful. So everyone dealing with that, our thoughts are with you. Of course, first and foremost, not much we can do about it from this spot right here, right now. But we just want, as I think everybody is right now, our thoughts are with you. But Matt, we'll look more on a positive note. I know you got to enjoy some 4th of July hanging out at the beach. How was your first trip over to Galveston?
It was good, man. I really enjoyed it. Brown water, but a beach is a beach to me. And it was nice to get out there and get in the sun and get in the water. It was nice and warm. Had some good eats out there. Got a little sunburned as usual. I guess I need SPF 1000 because I get sunburned anytime I spend more than 30 minutes outside. But we're working on that. But we're all good. It was a good weekend. How was yours?
Not bad, hung out with some friends. Basically everything got canceled here. So my friends are going to play a show and it got canceled. And so we all just hung out at the house and grilled some food and made it pretty easy and not too bad. And then I think, all the kids at one point went over to where they were shooting off some fireworks somewhere around and they went off and did that. And we were just hanging out. I was like, I don't want to go deal with fireworks. I don't want to just stand around a bunch of children and be like, yeah, no, they're still exploding. That's what they're doing. There's one really great fireworks display, and it's the one from San Diego, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when they set them all off at once. That is hilarious. But anything under that, I don't get. I'm not too big on.
Well, that was one thing that was pretty cool about the actual 4th of July for me, like the Friday night, was that we're at my apartment, and from my balcony, I'm up on the 6th floor of my apartment building. So you could see all the different fireworks shows from across Houston, like downtown Houston, North Houston, over there, like everywhere. There was like 4 different fireworks shows going off at the same time. So that was pretty
nice.
Cool. And no kids running around shooting fireworks at us and that kind of thing.
It was a pretty light one. I think next weekend is going to be, if it stops raining, I think next weekend is going to be nuts of fireworks in neighborhoods. Because I think a lot of people just like bought some and then never used them because it rained all weekend. And so I heard them, but it was nothing like what it normally is. Like in South Austin, it is normally a war zone for like several days. Like basically from like Thursday night till like Monday, till Sunday night, Monday. Then you're like, because kids are all out of school, and so they're up there. Yeah. So, but it hasn't really been bad because we've just been getting rain every single day. So I think at the end of the day that this is, it's like it's still coming. They're not going to not just do back. I'll put a minute up for next year. They're still going to happen.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for that one of waking up and being like, what is going on outside? Oh, that's right. It's just July and people still have fireworks. So we still got that. Did want to give you your summer league update. This is not long. I won't bore you through everything else. Right now, there's the Utah Summer League and the California Summer League. So there's 8 teams right now doing Summer League, and then there will be the Vegas Summer League with everybody else. That starts on Thursday. But there are a couple players that check out. So the Spurs have started theirs. They had 2 games already. Carter Bryant has only played in 1. Dylan Harper has not played. He's saving it for Vegas. I think they like to tend to do that. The NBA kind of tells the teams, if you can save your guys for Vegas, we prefer it. So we can have the debut of the number 1 pick and the debut of the number 2 pick and all those at Summer League at Vegas and make it a big deal. So they have Carter Bryant, who's a 14th pick. Didn't play well. Basically, the first day of Summer League, everyone shot horribly. The second day, they shot a lot better. But first day, at nerves, building, whatever it was, everyone shot horribly. But Carter Bryant went 3 of 8, 1 of 6 from 3. He had 5 rebounds and 7 fouls. You cannot foul out in Summer League basketball. So he had 7 fouls. Not a great first outing. He did not play in the second game, but I believe he'll play again tomorrow when they wrap things up on Tuesday. The one scorer for the Spurs that you want to check out is David Jones Garcia. David Jones has played. He played for St. John's and Memphis and some other schools when he was in college. He was undrafted in 2024, but he had 18 points in game 1 and 25 points in game 2. Definitely the main scorer for Summer League. And then the Lakers, interesting enough, have 2 former Longhorns on there if you want to keep up with the Longhorns. Arthur Kaluma is on the Lakers. He played in the second game, had 5 points and 2 rebounds, including a really good putback in that second game he played. And Sir'Jabari Rice, also on the Lakers squad. He played decent minutes both games, but went 1 for 10 in his first game. Then he ends up going 5 for 7 for 13 points in the second game. So looked much, much better in that second game. But yeah, everyone just shot bad in the first one. The only other name I'm for sure from Texas that is on a Summer League team is Caden Shedrick. I have not seen all the Vegas Summer League rosters yet, so we will wait to see if we get anybody else that's a former player or a Jason Kent or anybody else that ends up popping up on these rosters. But I know Caden Shedrick got the Cleveland Cavs team, so we will see him. He'll be at least on the bench. Who knows if he'll play or not for the Cavs? I mean, because there's some of these guys that go play Summer League, and they just need to fill out a roster for practice. And so they need to have like 10, 15 guys, but they only really want to see like 7 or 8 play. So if you go far enough into it, they'll start benching guys that are going to make the team, and then Caden Shedrick will get time. But this for him is just a good opportunity to get in front of scouts and stuff like that and try and go show off and see if you can get a G League spot. And that's really what you're trying to get into is get another spot to give you a little bit more time.
Yeah, I assume Trey Johnson's probably going to play at Summer League as well, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I assume he will play as well, but we know he's not a Summer League roster guy. He is a real roster guy.
Right.
He will be on there. Vegas Summer League. John, I'd say I want to go to Vegas Summer League one of these years. One of these years I'll end up going eventually. I'm excited. I watch it every year.
I did see that Sir'Jabari Rice had a nice pump fake, his signature pump fake in one of those games.
Oh, every time, and then people forget about it, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, that's right, Sir'Jabari Rice is the pump fake guy."
One of the best pump fakes you will ever see ever. So props to him. So Texas Longhorns on SI will have some boots on the ground out there at Summer League, so we should be getting some pretty nice updates out there as the competition goes on. I'm excited to see what Arthur Kaluma does. I think he's got kind of an outside shot at catching some eyes here and there just because he's a big body guy and he's got some offensive skills, so maybe he'll be able to catch on somewhere. If it's not the Lakers, which I don't necessarily expect it to be, he'll find something, or he'll get a G League spot or something like that.
for an Arthur Kaluma, if you want to keep the NBA dream alive, you just got to go G League.
Yeah.
Because I think we saw Timmy Allen was doing okay, doing some G League and stuff, and then he ends up going overseas. And then that's a lot of guys will just kind of go, I can make a lot more money playing overseas, but it basically ends the NBA dream. So if once you go overseas, you're pretty much out of that circle of getting scouted anymore because they're not going to scout a 25-year-old overseas. They'll scout some younger guys. So, you just got to play that back and forth. And who knows, maybe if you're a 7-footer, you can get back. But for Timmy Allen being kind of undersized anyway, but best for him, go play as long as you can, man. I know Brock Cunningham is playing overseas as well. You can try and keep up with everybody. I just follow them on Instagram, so I'll see their post every once in a while and be like, oh yeah, he's over there now, and he's over there. Arthur Kaluma is an interesting one to make a G League squad for sure.
I want to say that Max Asmus is also playing in Summer League as well.
I know he played G League last year, and I know he was playing on some, so he could possibly be. If he may be on that Utah team, I don't know. I think he was on Utah's team last year. I don't know if he is again this year. If I go back and check the box scores, see if I see an Asmus. He was, I will say, Max Asmus is one of my least favorite Summer League or Texas players. Just was not a fan of Max Asmus when he played. He just wasn't quite good enough to fit in with what Texas was doing, and then it never worked out. Let's see if we check did Jazz's box score. See, but I know he has done that stuff before, and he may. Max Asmus is on the Utah Jazz Summer League team. Did not play in their one game they've done so far. But yes, I know he was on their team last year. So he is on the Utah Jazz Summer League team because he's had those games where he has breakout scoring because he does have elite scoring at times, but the wrong matchup just kills him. And so he just has to find those right matchups and then he gets in on it. But there's a little Summer League. I didn't want to take too much time doing Summer League updates, but we'll let you know where the Texas players are once we get into Vegas Summer League and keep you up with the Mavs and Spurs and Rockets just to give you, 5-10 minutes of a little bit, let you know, keep you up to date so you can know where you're going. We did also have a big recruiting weekend for Texas, and it did not turn out exactly as everybody had hoped. Matt, do you want to kind of recap the weekend, and then we'll get to the big story if you want to finish with the big surprise. We'll finish with that one because I think that story goes a little bit further, but if you want to just recap most of it.
Well, we'll start with the good. We'll start with John Turntine III. He committed to Texas as we expected. He picked Texas over Texas A&M and Michigan and Stanford. He's out of Fort Worth. Number 3 interior offensive lineman in the nation, number 3 recruit in the state of Texas. Some people have him listed as a tackle. Some people have him listed as an interior guy. He probably projects more in the interior than he does on the outside. So either way, you're still adding a very talented body to the offensive line there. And it came at a really good time, based on what happened earlier in the day, which we'll get to here in a bit. But 6'3", 285 pounds. He's got size. He's got power. He's really impressive on his feet. Just real quick footed, real nice footwork. So another great body to add to the offensive line for Kyle Flood. That you love to see that. Get as many big humans as you can possibly get, and he's certainly one of those. We also saw that 5-star Jermaine Bishop officially shut down his recruitment, so he will no longer be entertaining any other overtures from competing schools like USC, Texas A&M, or anything like that. So big time for Texas to kind of get that locked down and not have to worry about your star two-way recruit wavering on his commitment at any point. We also saw, and now we're getting into kind of the disappointments here. We saw Bryce Perry Wright, defensive lineman for 5-star defensive lineman, committed to Texas A&M over Texas, Miami, and Clemson. It really came down to just a Texas A&M and Clemson race there. Clemson fans are incredibly upset about this. I don't want to get into it and say anything repeat anything that they had to say. But if you search Clemson message boards on X, you should find some interesting things there that should make you laugh. And then we also saw Caden Finley, the son of Jermichael Finley, pick picked Notre Dame over Texas. He kind of did a little fake out during his recruitment announcement. Picked up the Texas hat, threw it to the floor, and then put on the Notre Dame hat. So a little shade to Texas, but then he released a nice message to all the schools that recruited him, including Texas after that. Just a kid having some fun there if you're Caden Finley. So not a big deal. It's a loss. You already have 2 4-star recruits at wide receiver, and then you also have a 5-star if you count Jermaine Bishop. So not the biggest loss, but it's certainly one that they're going to feel a little bit because they like Caden Finley a lot, and you always want to hit those legacy recruits as well.
I mean, if you're a wide receiver in this Notre Dame locker room and your dad didn't play in the NFL, are you just like, no, like I grew up, my dad had a regular job, and there's like, that's weird. All of our dads played in the NFL.
Yeah, that's a pretty stacked room there for sure.
I think they have like Jerome Bettis' kid, Larry Fitzgerald's kid. There's some other, there's a lot.
Yeah, I don't know what Jaden Greathouse's dad did, but he might be the odd man out there. It'd be catching a lot of flack, and he might be the best receiver on that team.
That is very true.
So, but we've also got some other stuff coming up this week. Lamar Brown is set to make his commitment on July 10th. He's picking between Texas, LSU, Texas A&M, and Miami. I believe that's down to an LSU and Texas A&M race, but you never know what might happen there. July 11th, we have Samari Matthews, who's down to Texas and South Carolina. Texas is in the lead right now from everything I've heard there, so that's good news there. Hezzy Kent, Caden Prothro, and Calvin Thomas are all committing on July 12th. I don't expect Texas to land any of those 3 guys. I believe that Hezzy Kent is either Florida or Miami, and Caden Prothro, it's going to be real hard to get him outside of the state of Georgia. And then we also have Jalen Lott, who Texas is in the mix for as well. He is out of Panther Creek in Frisco. He's announcing on July 8th, and he is down to Texas, Oregon, and USC. All 3 of these schools have had an edge on him at one point or another, so I believe Oregon is the team that's favored to get him right now, but I think it could come down to any of those 3 contenders when we get down to it. So, not great news on the recruiting trail for Texas so far this week. The John Turntine one was obviously huge, and then we get into the controversy of the weekend, so to speak. Felix Ojo.
The one that was a really big surprise. I was watching it, and beforehand, everyone reported it because it was a bigger story. So even though I'm not a big fan of these sites trying to steal the moment from the kids, I get that it's reporters. I get all of that. I don't like it. Let's put it that way. I know it won't change. I get it. I get it's a job. I think it's silly that a bunch of grown men are really trying to ruin it for high school kids because of, I get there's a lot of money in it and that's why you do it. But it's still, to me, it's just one of those things where it's like, guys, let kids have something. Like, well, we're going to be picking them apart and doing everything for probably the next 10, 15, 20 years of their life. Well, every time they miss a tackle, we'll be on top of them, or if they miss a block or anything else, just let them have a little bit. But we saw the news coming out about Felix Ojo, and then it is confirmed where he had it and didn't even have the Texas Tech hat on the table. Had all his teams and kind of put the Texas hat on, did the old, I'm going to Texas, no, Texas Tech, and ended up committing to Texas Tech. It was a late switch. And then the reports came out that he is getting paid. I fully understand why he made that move. Now we can say as grown men that there's other reasons why he should choose Texas still, and that Texas could probably get him much more prepared for the next level. And Texas has better player development than Texas Tech has had, and Texas has better opportunities and a better team. I get all of those arguments, and I think they're all valid. It is $5.1 million guaranteed. And that is a lot of money to tell somebody I can take my parents and my family and really reset what our entire life is like by doing this at 17 years old. I can make this decision. I get why he does it, even if I prefer it wasn't that way. But it is It is a major piece of what will the new future of college sports be, college football be. How does NIL versus revenue sharing? Because $5.1 million, and I believe this is a revenue sharing deal, not an NIL deal.
Yeah, so I'm not too sure on the particulars of what the deal actually are. All I know is that he signed a 3-year, $5.1 million guaranteed contract with Texas Tech via his agent, Derek Shelby, who is also the agent for Najee Kennedy, the pitcher for Texas Tech, who signed those monster deals. Look, a couple different things here. Number one, the whole, stealing the kid's thunder, reporting the commitment early. I'm totally on board. I hate the late recruiting prediction switches and kind of spoiling the surprise for the kid and spoiling his announcement. I'm totally on board with you there. I know there are people out there who think that this whole thing with kids picking the hats and doing all of these, shows before their recruiting announcements and all this stuff is a little bit much. But I totally agree. I think it's let the kid have his fun. Let him make a surprise.
I do think it's silly. I think it's silly that we're watching it so much. Like, if they want to do it for other kids, great. Because in high school, that's what we did. We did stuff for each other because that was kind of the world we live in. So it didn't, like, that's what I get as I go, it is kind of silly in this whole put on thing, but like, so is graduation. So is every award ceremony we do in high school. So are all of those things. They're all completely ridiculous unless you're an adult who's watching. If you're an adult who's watching him going, I don't know, I had that person getting National Honor Society. It's all kind of silly. So it just goes, it's the same as that.
Yeah, it is. And then there's the people on social media who are tweeting at these recruits like after they make their decision and talking smack to him in the comments on X and all that stuff. Like, look, man, if you're older than the age of 21 and you're not in college anymore, don't tweet at recruits. It's weird. Like, just he's a 17-year-old kid. He's making his decision. Let him live his life. I totally understand why he made this decision as well. $5.1 million is life-changing money.
Yeah.
And I mean, you hit it right on the head. He has the opportunity to change his family's life and, set them up generationally for time to come. He can buy his parents a house. He can invest his money. He can do whatever he needs to do to make sure that he's set up. Whether or not his college career pans out and he makes it to the NFL, he has an opportunity to have a successful life going forward and be comfortable. So props to him for that. I don't understand the vitriol behind this whatsoever. I get Texas fans are disappointed. I get, a kid can make a promise or tell a recruiting reporter one thing and then change his mind. But going out of your way to call this kid, names and make claims about him that are negative just because he picked Texas Tech over Texas and you're butthurt about it. I'm sorry. Grow up. It's a professional decision. He made his decision. I don't care if your feelings are hurt. Don't be so upset about it. It's college football. It's kids at the end of the day. I will never be upset about a recruit for Ole Miss flipping to Mississippi State. I will never be upset about a recruit for committing somewhere and flipping somewhere else because somebody made a better offer. That's the way the game is played. That's the way it goes. We move on and we find the next guy. And listen, Felix Ojo is an elite recruit. He's, I believe, ranked the number 2 offensive tackle in the country right behind Jackson Cantwell. He's a top 5 player in this class. It sucks for Texas fans. And I also, we don't know how these kids are going to pan out either. For all we know, Texas Tech made a bad investment. For all we know, they made a fantastic investment. Let it play out. We'll see what happens. And just because kids sign these deals and they enroll at Texas Tech and they play their first season at Texas Tech, that doesn't mean that's where he's going to stay either. He very well could get his first check, go back into the portal because he doesn't like it at Texas Tech, go sign a bigger deal at Texas or Georgia or Miami or Florida or whatever the case may be. It's not the end of the road. There's so many different things that could happen. We see it every single year. Micah Hudson is a prime example. Committed to Texas Tech, enrolled at Texas Tech, hit the transfer portal, went to Texas A&M. Now he's back at Texas Tech. I mean, these things flip and flop all the way, all the time. So it's one player. It's not the end of the road for Texas recruiting. Things are going to be fine. Don't panic. And it's just a 17-year-old making a decision based on his future, and that's it.
No, and that's the reality is, like, going and yelling at someone because they made a decision you don't agree with, you go, yeah, look, I go make that decision. I think it was the wrong decision because I think Texas Tech's still not going to be great. I think you're going to be an okay team at Texas Tech. I don't think you're going to win the Big 12 every year you're there, which already makes it kind of silly because if they're going to spend that kind of money, you'd expect to be winning some more games. But I think they're going to be an 8-9 win team for the next several years. I think you may make a playoff one year because the Big 12's down and maybe you win 10 games one year and you'll get bounced in the first round. Like, that's what I get that they're going to spend all this money. I get they're going to go. And now if they can combine NIL and actually get through NIL Go and have the money to be able to go, well, we're going to spend basically all of our collective on football, screw basketball, screw baseball, screw women's sports. We don't care one bit. We are spending 100% of our money on football. And so that 9% that goes to 9% of our entire school's revenue sharing that is going to one player right now is not a big deal because it's 9% going to one player on one sport that we're spending all our money. Then, yeah, sure. Okay, then that's fine. And you go spend all your money, you're still not probably going to have the best team because there are going to be players who don't want to go there. There are going to be those situations. So I'm all for rooting against Texas Tech. I will root against Texas Tech, but the kid himself could make that decision. I don't think it was the right decision, but I get fully why you made it. And I don't know what his situation is either. I can't tell you that I know. I don't know if Felix Ojo grew up in, they're living in an apartment right now and they have no money, or if his college is already, they've got all the money saved up and they live in a nice house with a, property. I don't know. I have zero clue of what his situation is. So it's hard for me to judge it completely without knowing those details as well. Because if you don't even own a home and $5.1 million, that is gigantic change in life. And otherwise you can go, well, 5.1 and we're going to start investing it and we'll, that'll grow. And I think there's just so many avenues. We don't really know much about him again, because he's a 17-year-old kid. He gets to make his own decision. I will root against Texas Tech because I root against him anyway. Like, that's nothing new. But it's more for me to look at Texas Tech and go, you spent 9% of your entire athletic department's fund for paying players on a left tackle that you don't know yet is going to be ready next season. You don't know yet is going to be the guy that you think is going to be very good. And I mean, I'm also not the biggest on star recruiting. I tend to look more at who's recruiting him. So if Texas and Ohio State are both going after him, it would lead me to believe he's a pretty good player. Mm-hmm. Those are the ones. You look at other schools that are involved. If someone's 5-star and the 3 schools that are involved are like, all smaller schools, like, I don't think that anybody thinks that's a 5-star player in the actual league, in actual college football. But look, and at the end of the day, I agree with Matt too. We saw A&M spend a ton of money and get a whole recruiting class, and it didn't work out. Egos got in the way, and the coaching staff couldn't handle having people that all thought that they were the guy because they were paid like they were the guy. It's the same as every pro sports team. If you pay a guy, if you say 9% of the team and you're going to go 60%, or we'll just go 50% of your entire budget goes to football, the 50 other percent goes to the rest of all your sports. It'll probably be more than that. But if he's that, so 18% of your football team's budget goes to one player and he's a true freshman, that causes problems in the locker room. When, your starting right tackle is making 0.05%. He goes, wait a minute, why am I only making $50,000 and he's got a $2 million check this year? I'm a starting tackle. He's not even starting right now. Like, I think there's issues that'll bring up for Texas Tech, and it does pose the question of, like, is this going to be smaller schools now where recruiting just takes a major turn because some of these schools just go, we want 1 or 2 5-stars, and we're going to spend appropriately to get 1 or 2 5-stars, and screw these big schools, and we don't care. We're going to try and get them, and then the rest of our recruiting class will be 2 stars and 3 stars that we can go get that we're not going to pay anything to. But we're going to go out on a limb and with revenue sharing, not try to build a winning team, try and get a couple star athletes. That will be something that happens more and more. We thought it would happen more with NIL, and it did to an extent. We saw certain guys. I mean, Travis Hunter was probably the most noticeable of that group to be a number 1 overall guy, and then ending up going to HBCU and then ending up in Colorado. But that was also somewhat following a coach. It's a really interesting development. It is also crazy because it came in last minute, that it was a very Texas Tech realizing that they were not even in the conversation, deciding that they want to do something big and taking a gigantic swing is, I mean, you just don't normally see that kind of stuff. It is a new world.
Yeah, and I wonder how this fits into the whole NIL Go structure. Is that officially going yet, or is that still?
Well, the NIL Go is, but I don't think this is NIL. This is revenue sharing. From what I've read, this is a contract with Texas Tech. This is part of the new revenue sharing that starts this season.
Whatever the case is, I have a problem with this idea in general of pay for play.
100%. But that's what revenue sharing is.
I know, and I don't like the idea on its face. I understand why Texas Tech did it. They're trying to make a splash. They're trying to make a move in the Big 12. They're trying to make a college football playoff berth. And if you start getting big names and start making noise in the recruiting trail, it's going to catch the attention. There's already some recruits out there who are 4 stars and some better who are starting to think more about Texas Tech as a result of this. And that's great for Texas Tech.
Yeah,
it is. The idea of giving a guy, a incoming freshman, $5.1 million is something I have a problem with. I'm fine with the rest of the revenue sharing with players who have already proven things and who are on the field and who are stars on your team and all of that kind of stuff. But $5.1 million for a guy who just a couple of weeks ago was on a video getting absolutely spun around like a top by some other top defensive ends in one of these recruiting camps. It's just a lot, and it's a big risk. It is, because we have no idea how this kid's going to turn out. It's the same thing with Jackson Cantwell. I'm not picking on Felix Ojo or Texas Tech. I'm picking on the idea in general. We don't know if we don't know if Jackson Cantwell is going to be anything at all, because there's 5-star recruits littered across the college football landscape who never panned out and turned into anything because they just didn't get the right development. They weren't in the right situation. They were overranked by the recruiting services, whatever the case may be. So we'll see how it goes.
And again, knock on wood, no, not ruining this for anybody, but you talk about injuries in these situations. And you go, this is, again, as of right now, 9% of their entire athletic budget for next season, for the next 3 seasons, basically. Each year it'll be 9%. And so if we say it's that much of it, and you're putting that much into it, and that guy's not there, you're just not creating a winner. So I get what they're trying to do. It's an interesting piece of trying to do it. But at the end of the day, it feels like that's a way to play spoiler more than be the best team, is what it feels like. And I get that that's not what Texas Tech is thinking of. They're trying to do what you're talking about. If let's get in some others, if we get this guy, that'll make other people want to come in and they'll know there's money here. And, the NIL, it's going to be, again, the reason why they did that second NCAA softball contract before June 1st was because June 1st is when the NIL changed and NIL Go was starting to go and everything else. So they had to get that deal done before, because it never would have passed after. Like once NIL Go, they go, no, she's not worth that. No, I mean, first of all, in softball, she's not worth it. Like, then no one else is getting paid close to that. And second of all, she's not doing anything. It is pay to play, basically. And so we're trying to get rid of that in NIL. Now, the revenue sharing is going to be pay to play, but it's going to be more budgeted and fair across everybody, that everyone should have the same amount of money to spend, at least in Power 5 teams. And then, or Power 4. But then the NIL, they're going to try and limit a little bit more. So you can't say we're going to give you a $5.1 million guaranteed NIL deal, because that's not with the Red Raiders. That would be with the whatever they call their collective, or the other stuff that's how they got everything else to pass through. So it is a different world, and good for him, man. If you can, you never know what happens next. He could go out and be a bust. He could get hurt. He could knock on wood. I don't want to that on anybody. But there's so many things. And he could really, I don't know. We're going to see what the legalities of the transfer portal is with this revenue sharing, because he signed a 3-year deal. And I don't know what's in the writing of that, but it could say you cannot transfer in 3 years. I don't know if you can put that into writing. I don't know. There just seems to be a ton of questions that still come out of it. And I don't think we'll know them until we get a few more of these deals and we get to the lawsuits that come out of it because they want to transfer, or because the school's trying to say, well, we can't pay this because you didn't end up holding your end of the bargain or whatever else.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope that there's something in there that says he can't transfer. I think that that's something that needs to be incorporated into all of these revenue sharing deals and all of these any even in just signing your national letter of intent, you should be obligated to stay with the school for a certain period of time.
Yeah.
I think it should go back to a little bit more to the way it was, where you can't transfer 100 times just to get a better deal and get in on a school's revenue sharing. If you sign a guaranteed deal with Texas Tech, you should be obligated to stay there through the length of that contract. And that's going to, if that is the case, and that kind of thing is going to help stop the overuse and exploitation of the transfer portal in general. We just don't know, because we don't have the deal in front of us. So hopefully that's the case. I would hate to see, him get taken advantage of in some way, or Texas Tech get taken advantage of in some way because of this deal. There needs to be some rules in place to make sure that it's both sides are living up to their bargain. Otherwise, there's some sort of penalty one way or the other. If he doesn't live it, if he decides to enter the transfer portal, then all that money's rescinded or whatever. And then Texas Tech, if they don't live up to their end of the deal, then they get fined monetarily in some way, shape, or form. But hopefully, both sides end up okay on this, and we just don't know.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a lot of schools maybe a little bit more hesitant to try and figure out what NIL Go is actually going to allow them to do. I think there's some of that world as well we're going to see going into next season of some of these teams going, well, ideally we'd live in a world where our recruiting budget is basically whatever the budget we're using for each sport, but that's for recruiting, because we can't get them an NIL deal when they're not here. We can't tell Trey Johnson has already signed a Toyota sponsorship when he's not even on campus yet. So what we will do is we'll guarantee you the X amount of dollars, and then we're an NIL deal. That'll be retention. Once you're already there and playing, we really want to keep you. We'll work with our collective and whatever else to get you some NIL deals to give you the money on top, or give you extra money to stick around. I think that is kind of where a lot of schools would like to be, is use that money for recruiting a little bit more and use it for freshmen. I get Johnny say that there should be a cap for incoming recruits. That could be a thing that ends up, but I think a lot of these schools are like, well, we can NIL them once they're here. If we want to keep them, then we'll give them NIL. But to get them on campus, especially for a Texas Tech, who's like, we can give you $20 million once you're here. We don't care. We're spending money willy-nilly. So if you're good and you're here, you'll make plenty more. I just got to get you on campus, because no one wants to come here. And so I think there's that kind of for schools like Tech and others. And for Texas, I imagine it falls more into maybe a little bit more player retention, maybe a little bit more, trying to make sure your guys are taken care of, that you can keep a team together because you're developing guys and bringing them in, and making sure you have a full roster of guys that you feel you can go and compete with. But it is, a different world of trying to put it together, because it's $20 million. It's kind of like in the NBA, where you have teams that are willing to go over the luxury tax. You have teams that are willing to go over the first apron, and teams that are willing to go over the second apron. And so even though there's a salary cap, what each team has to spend is wildly different. The Chicago Bulls are not going over the luxury tax ever. But the Golden State Warriors are like, we'll live in the second apron. Well, $50 million more dollars. Who cares? What a problem, and then the luxury tax, that's another time and a half. So $70 million a year. I don't care. Whatever. Go ahead and do it. I was reading a thing that the Washington Wizards made more money last year than Oklahoma City. than the Thunder did, because you can't charge big prices in Oklahoma City, and Washington's a really expensive place to live. It's one of the most expensive places to live in Washington, D.C. So the prices are just really higher since, so they made more money. Now they had to spend more and all this other stuff, but they made more money than the Oklahoma City Thunder did, the worst team in the league versus the best team in the league. Those types of things cause different levels of value and different levels of ability to pay people. But we're just going to see. And this is the first one where we really saw a team swoop in and say, he is not coming here for any other reason than the money, because we were not on his top list. He ain't coming for the coaches. He ain't coming for the school. He ain't coming for the location. He ain't coming for the jerseys. He's coming because of the money. 100% end of story. And that's fine. But it's the first real case that we see. This is like blatantly it's out there, because it wasn't one of the top 4 schools.
Yeah. Look, I'm just interested to see how this affects the rest of
I agree.
the recruiting process going forward. I'm wondering if there's going to be another top tier recruit that comes out and surprises everybody and picks something else. I have no idea who that might be, but like this could set a new precedent for, it doesn't matter what On Three or Rivals or whatever they are now and 24/7 and all these different places are projecting you to go to. Because if Oregon swoops in and says, we'll pay you $5 million guaranteed to come here, even though your top 3 is Texas, Texas A&M, and LSU, then none of that matters anymore. There's no...
Yeah.
It's almost like those guys are going to be out of a job like at a certain point.
Well, but the thing is, like, Oregon isn't going to do that because Oregon wants to win football games. And this is not a way to win football games. This is a long shot to get top players. And then hopefully down the road that leads you to win games. But Oregon is trying to go, we want to bring in, 40, we want to have 50 good players on our team. And Texas Tech is like, we want to have 7 good players and then figure out the rest.
Well, yeah, I'm just using a broad example. Like the school name doesn't matter in my analogy. It's just the sanctity of this is my top 3 that you reveal to Chad Simmons or whoever the recruiting expert is, Sam Spiegelman. It doesn't matter anymore because Arizona State can swoop in and offer me buku bucks, and I'm going to spurn Ohio State and Michigan and Texas. It's
it's going to happen. It'll happen around, and we'll see. It depends, because if group of 5 teams start doing it, it'll change pretty quick. Like if Memphis is coming out and Boise State and they start doing this to big teams, you will watch a group of the Power 4 get together and go, rules need to change immediately. This is unacceptable. But Texas Tech is in the Big 12, so I'm sure SEC and Big 10 called each other, and we're like, this is BS, right? We don't like this. Let's talk about what we have to do to change it going forward. So I'm sure that phone call has already happened, because Ohio State and Texas just lost out, and that was them both going, nope, not okay. We do not like this. We thought we'd get rid of the Wild West, and somehow it became more Wild West. The first thing.
Yeah. I mean, this is probably the most polarizing example of this happening that you could dream up, because it's the 2 most powerful schools in college football, Texas and Ohio State.
Yeah.
Like in terms of money and influence, not, we're not talking about SEC titles and all that stuff. We're talking about power and influence. The 2 most powerful and influential schools in college football right now just lost a recruit to a glorified group of 5 school in Texas Tech.
For money.
That's gonna cause a chain reaction that's gonna start this stuff to change, if anything will.
No, we've come a long way from the Pancake Factory. The Pancake Factory of like, you're guaranteed $50,000 a year to now a $5.1 million 3-year contract. That's a lot more money. And so, I mean, good for him. Have your fun. Go do it. I'm really excited to see what happens in the future. If he stays, if he is the guy, if he starts 3 straight years and goes straight to the NFL and they got every penny's worth of it, or does he play all the years? Is he, there's just a lot of different scenarios of what could happen. But until this does happen, I don't know if we really start to see and give them a chance. Now, this is also kind of going to put the world of the new powers that be after the House settlement. Are they going to try and adapt quickly, or are they NCAA and just go, we don't care, whatever. We didn't want to pay him in the first place. We told you it was a slippery slope. We did just keep giving us all the money. Just keep giving it to us.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I really don't like the general state of college football recruiting at the moment, and this is just a prime example of it.
And I'll be completely real with you. I don't think football recruiting has ever been great. There's always been shadiness. There's always been everything else. It is just super covered now. It is very out in the open. There's everywhere you look, it's out there. There's multiple sites doing it. It is a large business now of doing recruiting and watching it, because in the off season there's nothing else, and there's still fans that want to see stuff about it. It has become something huge. I remember when we first started seeing coaches getting helicopters for it, and that stuff. We're like, that's kind of crazy, right? That they just that the school was like, yeah, we have to give you a helicopter so you can get to this school before the other coaches can, and you can get around easier. Like it's just been crazy for a while, and now it is going in a route where you're like, out of all the ways it could have gone, it never seems to go better. It always just changes into a different weird way.
Yeah, I mean, we're a long way from an Ole Miss booster dropping off $10,000 in a duffel bag in a parking lot to Leo Lewis. In what was that, like 2014, 2015, whatever that was. We're a long way from that, and it's just gotten wilder and crazier. And I wish there was some way to reel it all in.
I mean, the reality was this was happening back with SMU back in the day. There was already there has never been a point in the color television times of college football that schools were not going to try and cheat to win. Now, how many of them are and who's doing it and everything else, that's up for debate. But I mean, SMU, people don't remember how bad it was for SMU at the point where they were literally like, hey guys, you've got caught 3 times. Could you stop doing that? And they were like, no, we're just going to keep paying players. And so then they just killed the program. It's like, you guys will not even listen to us. So it's an interesting, no one wants to play by the rules. It's a crazy world. And now we get to see a little bit more of it. And if it works for Texas Tech, that'll be the model. I don't think it will. I think that, it's something that you spend a ton of money, and when you're trying to find those extra pieces to make your roster complete and really get everything you need, you're not going to have the money to be able to do it.
You know what's really funny to think about, Patrick?
What's that?
The NCAA killed SMU's program.
Yes.
Absolutely destroyed it. They had to stop playing football.
Yeah.
And they have been able to recuperate and accomplish more over that time period than any other school in the state of Texas besides the University of Texas.
I mean, how fast they've come back. I mean, from nothing to that is a large jump.
Over that period of time, they have accomplished more than Texas A&M, Texas Tech, all these different schools.
And money will do it for you.
That's because of money and NIL. They had to wait until all of this stuff became
now it's legal. They're like, oh, we can do it again.
Yeah, cool. Yay!
It worked out for him. Yeah, it's a crazy thing. I'm curious to see more of it as it goes. We still don't know, how these are going to be spread about. We don't know for Texas Tech. I'm sure Texas Tech spent a bunch of money on their basketball program, trying to get that up. After Chris Beard and you had Bob Knight and all this stuff. Are you going to keep spending money on your basketball program, or is that football now?
I'm sure there's some, or maybe a couple hundreds of billions of dollars, of worth boosters that are just like, oh yeah, you guys get all this NIL money. I don't care.
But there's with NIL Go, you cannot do that. That's the thing
up until now.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is they've had a lot of money to be able to put around, and they haven't had the types of players that you had to pay a ton of money to. So they were successful and had their area, but they never had to, basketball money is less than football money to an extent because you're only playing 7 guys. So if you're only playing 7 to 8 guys, you're only paying probably 6 or 7 decent money. And so if you said your entire basketball roster is probably around 8 to 10 million, where your football roster is going to be worth more than that because your offensive line now, I mean, $2 million per year is one guy. That's one. There's 11 on offense and 11 on defense, and that's not even including special teams. So it just, I don't know how they're going to spend that money back out. You know, at the end of the day, you need running backs, you need wide receivers, you need quarterbacks. Those are all going to cost you a lot of money as well. Then, I mean, I know that there's been times that Texas Tech has not given a damn about playing defense, but you assume if they want to compete at a high level, they will try and get some defense as well somewhere in there. So it's an interesting pass of what they're doing. I'm curious to see what it does. It sucks that Texas was on the losing end of that. This would have been a much funnier thing if it was the Aggies. But at the end of the day, the Longhorns are going to be on the resulting end, the negative end of it. So we'll see as it keeps going. But as of right now, it just looks like one of those crazy parts of the world we live in today.
Yeah, and like I said before, hopefully it's the start of some change.
Yeah,
here pretty soon, and you know, Texas and Ohio State made a phone call to each other, and they were like, "Let's do a joint call. Let's bring the NCAA or NIL Go or whatever the name of that new organization is. Let's bring them in on a three-way call." Yeah, the College Sports Commission. Let's bring them in on a three-way call, and let's swing our stick around a little bit and see if this happens again.
Yeah. Hey guys, let's calm this down a little bit. Because I can tell you, I know Ryan Day is probably the same way Sark is, and Sark has said it. I don't want guys that are only coming here for the money. Because if that's the case, I had to change. Sark's like, I had to change that when I got here. That we had too many guys that were playing, you know, they were playing at Texas, not playing for Texas. And you have to kind of get them in, you know, it's a new world where you have to try and change your messaging to get the guys to have the right attitude. But in this, it's really hard to find those guys because even if they were raised, you know, very well and their parents are great and the coaches were great in the high school and everything else, $5.1 million is going to change a lot of minds. You know, when that big money comes out, it's hard to say no.
Yeah, and it also kind of says something about Texas and Ohio State that I'm sure that they were brought an offer or a number by that same agent. And they were like, well, Texas Tech's going to pay us this. And they were probably just like, we're good. We got guys that actually want to come here and play football. And
that's not reasonable. Yeah, that is not a fair market value. That's not reasonable. He hasn't done anything yet. I cannot offer him that when I have players on my team who are also 5-star guys who don't have to do that. Like there's points where you just don't have to do that. So
I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, so I'm sorry. There's a lot of letters in there. Justice Terry did not come to Texas just for the money. It certainly helped, but that's not the only reason he came to Texas. So
no, and look, I get it. Texas pays players too. Like the big difference is you come to Texas for the money, for the player development, for the opportunities. There's a lot of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't, and if he had Texas Tech in his Final Four and then picked Texas Tech because he was getting 5.1, I wouldn't even say it then. I would go, oh no, he already met with them, he liked them, and he had all these positive things. And then it came down to 4 schools, and he picked that one. They paid him the most money. Great, that's fine. The fact that he was like, no, if I'm just picking on football merit, I'm going to one of these schools.
Well, yeah, and you're also give me the money. You're not like Justice Terry's not, you know, accepting or pushing for a deal that's well beyond fair market value for his position and for a 5-star recruit. That's what Felix Ojo's agent did.
Yeah, and by the way,
that's a different thing.
And by the way, Justice Terry could leave after a year or two. Who knows?
He could.
Or he could get paid a bunch of money by Texas after a year or two. We don't know yet. We'll find out. Why don't we take our first break? We'll come back and we'll get into this PFF list of the top 50 players in college football. I want to get into that list a little bit. Texas has some representation on it. So get Matt's opinion if he believes these are the correct rankings, if he would have moved anybody up, moved anybody down. We'll get into all of that and continue on here on Open Gym on a Monday afternoon here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samson.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
You see covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code TEXAS20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. As we get rolling into our number 2 here on the show. And and Justice Terry did get paid by Texas. I agree with that. I also think he was on their final list. He had visited the school. He was all about it. And then he was like, no, they're paying me a good amount of money, so I'm going to go there. That's what I'm saying about Felix Ojo was Texas Tech was not Texas Tech didn't have a hat on the table thing. That's how late the bid was. That's the point. I do agree. He got paid a bunch of money to go there, and Georgia didn't match the money. I agree with that. That's true.
Yeah,
they paid him a bunch of money.
There's such a thing as money being the deciding factor, and Texas being a contender in the recruitment, and developing a relationship, and being a part of the finalists, and doing all these different things, and getting themselves in the door, and on the cusp of getting the recruitment. As opposed to coming out of nowhere, not having a relationship with the kid, and just saying, "Hey, we're going to offer you $5 million, and now you're going to come here."
Yeah.
So no, he didn't come to Texas just for the money. The money was part of it, as it is with every other recruitment in college football these days, but it was not the sole reason.
Yeah, that's all we're saying. The difference between the two. I get it. Money's a big part of all of it, and yeah, Georgia pays players too. Georgia's gotten some guys. They just spent money on a different space. So they feel that they don't have to spend money on defensive line because they have a good track record. Same way Texas doesn't feel they have to spend the same exorbitant amount of money on the offensive line because they put enough guys in the NFL in the last few years. So they're like, no, you come here, we'll develop you.
And remember how we went through our 53-man roster for Texas Longhorns?
The all-time defensive tackle.
We were like, okay, Texas is D-line U. Like, give me a break.
Yeah, they've had a lot. They've had a lot at that defensive tackle position. They have had quite a few. Let's get into this PFF. By the way, we're here on Open Gym. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. The chat is open on Facebook, Twitch, X, and YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you enjoy what you're watching, give us a like and a subscribe. Or also the code of text line is open. 512-222-9328 is where the code of text line is open. If you want to join the conversation that way, as we get into hour 2 here, talking a little bit more college football, we'll maybe getting some NFL as we continue on. Wanted to hit up this PFF top 50 players list. It came out in bunches last week. They were doing it by 10, so we didn't talk about it. We were maybe going to talk about it, and then, they put out the last 10 on Friday, so we waited till Monday to get into it. Texas is represented on the list pretty well. So let's go down it. We're not going to spend time talking about all 50 players, Matt. I know it's just kill time. I want you to do I like 49. I need you to do a long segment on Terry Moore from Duke. But let's start off. They do put Arch Manning at 50. This feels like very much look, we couldn't leave him off because we think he's going to be one of the best 50 players in college football this year, but we also don't really know where to put him because he hasn't played yet. And so we don't really, and he hasn't played enough yet against good competitions. We don't really know where we're going to put him. So I think, 50 it works because if he was like 47, it feels more disrespectful than at 50. If 50 is like, he has to be on the list, but we don't know where to put him. 47, then it feels like you put him at 47. So that I think they're saying 50 will probably be too low. They even say in there, it's like, there's a likelihood that this is going to be too low later in the season, but we'll start him at 50. Arch Manning gets on the list because he has to get on the list. The name is too big now.
Yeah. And he's, I think the fifth quarterback on that list. So I feel like that's about right. Like Cade Klubnik's the highest rated quarterback on the list. And it's like Sam Leavitt and Drew Aller and Garrett Nussmeier, and then all the way down at 50 is the fifth quarterback, which is Arch. And if you're making a top 10 quarterbacks in the country, that's probably about where he fits. Yeah. You could put Lenore Sellers in there or move a couple other guys around, but I feel like that's about right. So no complaints for Arch being number 50. I think he should be higher, but I admit that that's probably a little bit of Longhorn bias there, but it is what it is. 50 is a good spot for him.
We go down. We get Bray Hubbard, the safety out of Alabama, at 47. At 48 is Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State, Terry Moore from Duke at 49. But at 46, you get your second Longhorn. Two right up there. They put Manny Muhammad, Malik Muhammad at 46. I appreciate that they put Malik Muhammad on this list. He is a somewhat forgotten name because he's one of those defenders that just doesn't get his name called a lot. He's on the island. He is the guy that stops people from throwing his way. And really the only time we saw him really get pressured a little bit more last season was when a backup quarterback came in. So, in every meeting, they're like, just don't throw the boundary. Don't throw boundary guy. He's good. Just don't even throw that way. We're not even game planning that way. Don't even look that way. Maybe that's a first read and then move on, whatever it is, but don't really go. And then a backup will come in and just be like, screw it, I'm throwing the ball. And so we've just seen that in different games. That's really the only time. We just don't hear his name called a ton because they just don't throw his way a ton.
Yeah, and there's a reason for that.
Exactly.
He's one of three returning Power 4 corners that have been more valuable over the last two seasons per PFF's win above average metric. 17 forced incompletions during that time. He was only targeted on 12.1% of his coverage snaps per PFF. That means that when you do throw his way, it's either going to be incomplete or it's probably going to be picked off. I expect it to be more the same this year, and I expect him to be in contention for a number one draft pick or a first round draft pick. I'm a little bit disappointed though, Patrick, because I had this whole 1,000-word list of notes on Terry Moore from Duke that I was going to go through. But if you really don't want to talk about him, I won't do it.
Can you give me 5,000 words on linebacker Austin Romaine from Kansas State? He is number 45 on this list.
I was going to save that for tomorrow, actually.
Okay, save that one for tomorrow.
Yeah.
44 is Whit Weeks. Caden Proctor from Alabama at 43. KJ Bolden from Georgia. So a lot of SEC coming up here is 42. We got a tackle, Francis Mugao from Miami. We get another Alabama player right here at Tim Keenan III at Alabama. Trying to scroll up a little bit more, jump past some of these names as we get a little bit further up here. We do get another Alabama player, LT, the left tackle, LT Overton from the edge player over at Alabama. I got another Duke player. How much do you got on Chandler Rivers, the cornerback from
Yeah. Too much to talk about on this show.
Okay.
Honestly.
Good. Let's. I'm trying to get into a reasonable level. Well, we'll get to top 25. We'll get into it because at 26 is the next Texas player, and Michael Taft comes in at number 26. It is really fun to see his name climb up all of these lists as people starting to respect him more. This whole secondary next year is going to be interesting because we have the new coaching changes and, so much change in that secondary coaching staff. Dwayne Aquina coming in as well and his track record, but a new name coming in. You lose Jahdae Barron as well, which, by the way, I've realized he has not signed his rookie contract yet either. I don't believe yet.
Mm-hmm.
So another one of those ones I was reading today about some stuff. I was like, why? Come on. I know you're keeping it secret. That's good, but we're getting too close to camps now, you guys. Gotta get these signed. But Michael Taft, definitely one of the best safeties in the country thought of now. We've seen his progression of the last few years and him continue to get better, and we know he has the work ethic. I'm excited to see what he comes out as this year. We know he was planning to go to the NFL if this was not the case, that they did not lose that game to Ohio State last year, and he let out the primal scream and decided to come back to try and finish the job this season. It's exciting to see what Michael Taft can do. Glad to see him up at 26.
Yeah, the guy's just a playmaker. He's always in the right place at the right time. I think he's got, 5 interceptions over the last 2 seasons, 11 forced incompletions, which is top 25 in the country in both areas. He's a leader of the secondary. He's a leader of the defense, as far as I'm concerned. There's not a voice in that locker room that is louder than Michael Taft's. There is not a player in that locker room who steps up at the right time more often than Michael Taft does. So he certainly deserves to be up there. I think he's not the best safety in the country because that belongs to Caleb Downs, and I don't think that there's any question about that one. But outside of Caleb Downs, it's really hard to find another safety in the country that's better suited for a top 25 ranking than Michael Taft. I mean, I honestly think he should be a little higher on the list. He should be in the top 20, but here we are. And there's another player that's ranked a little bit lower. I don't know if you want to get into players after this who should be higher or lower, but I think Torian York from Texas A&M should be higher on this list. I think he's the second best linebacker in college football. I think he's the second best linebacker in the SEC behind Anthony Hill. I think he's ranked number 29 on this list. But he's kind of Michael Taffy in a way. Like he was only a 3-star recruit coming out of high school, and he had offers from like Baylor. Texas didn't even recruit him, and he's just done nothing but be a tackle machine and a leader for Texas A&M. And he's one of the top linebackers in college football, so he deserves to be up there too.
So we'll go in. There's another safety just ahead of Michael Taft at 25. Dylan Thieneman out of Oregon. I don't know if I would put him up there. His PFF grade's really high, so he gets a little bit ahead of Michael Taft. I don't know if I would put him there. I might put Michael Taft ahead of him. At 24, we get the defensive back D'Angelo Pons out of Indiana, and then we get into our quarterback selections here. 3 straight quarterbacks. At 23 is Garrett Nussmeier out of LSU. 22 is Drew Aller from Penn State, and number 21 is Carson Beck from Miami. Matt, what do you think about those quarterbacks being 21, 22, and 23?
I think the order should probably be reversed.
Okay.
I think Garrett Nussmeier is a much better quarterback than Carson Beck in terms of, maybe not in terms of like, what he looks like throwing the ball against air necessarily, or how he, his size and his athletic ability or any of those kinds of things. But I think he's an amazing quarterback. I think he should be the second-ranked quarterback on this list. I still have questions about Carson Beck. I still have questions about Drew Aller. They're both very talented players, but they've just had some moments over the last few years that have kind of given me pause. Specifically last year, Carson Beck just threw an abnormal amount of interceptions and bad passes, and he kind of looked rattled a lot of the time. And Drew Aller has struggled on the road over the last couple of years. So, but yeah, they're 3 of the best quarterbacks in the country, so it's hard to argue against them being on the list.
As we keep going, and I'm with you, I think Carson Beck is the one that's a little bit questionable because we saw last year, we saw him already kind of not get to that hype last year. Now it's Miami, it's a new coach, it's a new system. Can he pick it up in 1 year and be that guy? I know he's got experience, but he doesn't in that system. And so that's going to be a big piece where I'd put Nussmeier and Aller a little bit ahead of him because they're on the same team. It feels like maybe they'll have a little bit better of a shot to take their game to another level, where Carson Beck, it doesn't feel like, oh, he's going to go to Miami and all of a sudden he'll be really good. You know, and it feels like he'll be about the same quarterback he was last year, which is not a bad quarterback. It just wasn't like one of the top 5 in the country.
Yeah, I'm not in the Georgia media circle as much as I'm in the Texas media circle and all the, just the algorithm of, Texas media versus Georgia media. I wonder if there's as much noise around Carson Beck as there was around Quinn Ewers for not living up to the hype and being just such a terrible quarterback that he couldn't get anything right, even though he did a lot of things for that school.
I imagine there has to be some of it. Imagine there has to be some of it. But yeah, I'm curious. I mean, he did well, but yeah, again, it falls into like, was he a top 5, top 3 quarterback last season? No. And so is he going to be better this season? You know, he was probably a top 15, top 10, top 15 quarterback. And everything right. And he just had some really bad games. And then Drew Aller is a guy that I'm not fully sold on Drew Aller. I think he's a good player, but I like Drew Aller. I think more for me falls into I can't imagine him working out in the NFL. Like I just don't see that translating over to be like a starting quarterback for a long time in the NFL. Garrett Nussmeier, I think, fits way more into that mold of someone that I go, well, LSU, I don't know if is going to have a great season, but I think Garrett Nussmeier could be a guy in the NFL who, has a decent career. Maybe not MVP or anything, but a guy who can throw the football around just fine and get everything done he needs to get done. And even Carson Beck to an extent of that, but I don't even know if he'll ever get a shot, really.
Yeah, I feel like Drew Aller is going to have a decent shot at the NFL. It's just the thing for me about him, like my big knock against him over the last few years has been his performances on the road, and he's just a totally different quarterback.
Yeah.
In Happy Valley as opposed to at the Shoe or at Michigan or even at Indiana, somewhere like that. So I don't know how that translates to the next level or not. I don't know what that really means. I imagine it's something that translates to the next level. Like if you're going to get drafted by, I'm just throwing team names out there. It doesn't really matter who it is. So let's say he gets drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
And then he has to go on the road to Baltimore. I don't know that he's going to be able to hold up in that kind of environment or not.
That's kind of my whole point with him is I feel like he's somebody that doesn't like he is made to be very comfortable in Penn State. Like it's all very set around he's got great running backs. He's got all these compliments to really make it easy. And when you get drafted, and he's going to get drafted high, I believe, those aren't there. None of that is there anymore. Just the expectations. And I think once he gets out of that, it's going to be, I don't know if he's going to be able to overcome everything and just go, no, I have the natural ability and the work ethic. And I think it's work ethic. I don't want to take a shot at him for that, but like just that ability to overcome all of that. I think it's, it's about comfortability. In the NFL, you lose most of that. And we see a lot of quarterbacks who come from very good systems in college and everything else never be able to adapt to NFL where it's just so much quicker and you don't have the benefit of the help. I mean, like imagine Drew Aller on the Cowboys and he goes from the running backs he has now to the running backs you end up with the Cowboys the last few years. And he goes, well, I hand the ball off and so I can't do play action. I can't, and we're in constant 3rd and 9s and 3rd and 10s. That I'm trying to throw into really tight windows. That is where I think it's going to be that gap is just going to be difficult for him to get over. But I'm not a quarterback expert. I'm not a guru that can tell you exactly what's going to happen. So maybe he will be there. We keep going down this list. 20 is the safety Coy Perrick from Minnesota. Another safety ahead of Michael Taft. I don't know if I'm not going to go with 2 more safeties. Number 19 is Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt. Number 18, we get into wide receiver Jordan Tyson, getting into some good players. And number 17, quarterback Sam Leavitt from Arizona State as well. A couple of Arizona State players there at 17 and 18. Is that about where you put those 2 guys?
I'm not as sold on Sam Leavitt as a lot of people are. I think he's a really good football player, don't get me wrong. And I was really impressed with just the way he was able to battle specifically against Texas, despite that, insane pass rush that Texas got after him with. And he's a really tough kid. I don't know that he's better than Garrett Nussmeier or, maybe he's better than Carson Beck. I don't know. Jordan Tyson is, even though he's at number 17 here, I think he's probably one of the more underrated players in college football. Just because he plays at Arizona State, you don't hear his name as often as you'd hear Jeremiah Smith or Ryan Williams or one of these other big name receivers. But I think he's an elite talent, and he's one of the top receivers in college football for sure.
I got another Aggie here at 16. Armaj Reed Adams is coming in, the guard out of Texas A&M, trying to help out that offensive line there, Matt.
Yeah, he's an absolute beast. He's an anchor of an already really good offensive line that's going to probably be the best offensive line in the SEC, if not the best, one of the top two. They're one of the best offensive lines in college football, and it all starts with him. He's one of the best run blockers in college football, and he's going to be able to pave the way for a really good running back group there. So he's definitely someone to watch out for. He might be the best interior offensive lineman in college football. That's how good he is.
Number 15, we get Reuben Bain Jr., the edge out of Miami. And at number 14, Anthony Hill. I think this is very low for Anthony Hill. I know that is somewhat of homerism to be in. We know we've heard this from people before about Anthony Hill, that for whatever reason, I guess his PFF grade is too low. I guess some people see on tapes things that they don't appreciate about his game. But when you watch a player play football, I don't know too many players that play football better than Anthony Hill. And he wrecks teams off offenses. He just is everywhere he needs to be. He doesn't really get beat very often on plays where he's trying to be in three different places at once. He doesn't have too many plays where he chases a quarterback and takes the bad route and leaves his team out to, hang him out, people out to try. He doesn't seem to really make those mistakes that a lot of other guys do that can be the edge rushers that he can be and can be a guy that can come off the edge. He doesn't really seem to leave his team struggling for the run or for the pass or for a running quarterback or whatever it is at the rate that I've watched plenty of other guys who have his unique ability to get to the quarterback and do that. He makes amazing decisions in those. He is probably one of the best rushers of a delay rusher that you're going to find in college football, of somebody who is able to sit back and then make a run at the quarterback and know exactly when to go and know exactly when that hole breaks and time that. All that stuff he does so well. And once he goes, he's just fast enough to get it. I don't think there's 13 players better than him in college football. He's not the last Longhorn listed too, which just kind of blows my mind. We'll get into the other one here in a minute, but if I'm going to say who's the best player like that I know who has already played 2 seasons at a very high level and could be playing even better this year, Anthony Hill's probably my guy.
I don't know that there's 3 better college football players in the country than Anthony Hill. It's not just because of his production, and it's not just because of his decision. Like, he is, like, when you get off the bus, Anthony Hill is the guy that you put at the front of the line that leads your team onto the field to scare the life of, Jesus into the other team, because he is a big, athletic, built, mean, like he's just an elite football player in every sense of the word. I mean, last season I think he had 3 double-digit tackle games. He had 113 tackles, 8 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, a pick. He's the leader of the, and he wears the green dot on defense, so he's the guy that's directing all the traffic and telling everybody where they're supposed to be. There's not a player on the defense for Texas that has more responsibility for Anthony Hill, and he does it at the top level that you could possibly imagine. And I know this isn't the end-all be-all because it's just a video game, Patrick, but he is the 3rd highest rated player in NCAA football 26 or college football 26.
Because he does so much that you have to rank him highly in a bunch of different categories, which makes him a better overall football player. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, there's not very many people who are 6'2", 230 pounds and run like a freaking gazelle and hit like a train, and they're still always in the right place at the right time. Those guys just do not walk through the door very often. He's one of them.
We get to, and yeah, so I think 14 is very low for him. I don't know if it was because they're trying to spread out the Texas players, or he is the highest linebacker listed, so maybe they just don't value linebackers at the same rate. That could be because you also had a linebacker from A&M earlier that was ranked lower, so it could just be that linebacker distaste from PFF, whatever the grades are, that they decided that they're not there. But 14 is crazy to me. We go with number 13 is Jermon McCoy, the Tennessee defensive back. He's a good player.
Yeah, no, he's really good. He's probably going to be in the top, or if he's not the top corner taken in next year's draft, he's probably in the top 2. So you could throw like the Notre Dame kid in there, who we'll get to in a second, but he's probably the best corner in college football.
Yeah. We get number 12, Ryan Williams from Alabama, who we know is amazing and super young. So who knows what he'll do to keep improving. New quarterback.
He was only 17 years old last year.
He's got to be 18. He's got to be 18 now, right? Is he 18 now?
Did you know that? Did you know he was only 17 last year?
It falls into. There's always something. There's always something on like every team where there's one guy and you're like, if you watch his team all season, you're going to get so tired of this. Yeah, he's 18 now. He turned 18 February 9th, by the way.
Thank God.
So we can go. He's a sophomore, but he's only 18 years old.
Yeah, that's going to be. And when he gets drafted, after
he'll be the young,
his junior season, he's only 19 years old and he's making these plays in the NFL.
Oh man, we'll get to that, I'm sure. But yeah, Ryan Williams up there deserves to be up there. We get Jake Slaughter, the center from Florida, coming up, and of course his PFF grades are very high, so he gets in there. He'll be a huge point of that Florida offensive line trying to block for DJ Lagway. Keeping him healthy is going to be very, very big because they have a tough schedule there at Florida, and he's going to have to be really good to continue to get Florida, because they're that team. Florida's that team that could be really good and everybody has high hopes for, or they could be an 8-win team pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean he's kind of the anchor of that offense. If he doesn't play well, then that entire offensive line is going to fall apart. He has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, but he's right up there with Armaj Reed Adams as the best interior offensive lineman in college football for a reason. He does everything the right way. And there's probably not, at least in terms of the center position, there's definitely not a better player in college football than him.
All right, now we get into some edges right now. We get our edges. At number 10 is TJ Parker from Clemson, the edge. Dylan Stewart, the edge out of South Carolina. And number 8, the edge out of Texas, Colin Simmons, coming in there at number 8. So this is where we see Anthony Hill, the highest rated linebacker, comes in at 14. Colin Simmons, the highest rated edge, because they classify the other defensive lineman as not an edge. But the highest rated edge there is Colin Simmons, which you love to see. We've talked about it. His ball get off is insane. He is just played at such a high level last year. You expect with another year of strength and conditioning and another year of training and adding some more moves to the arsenal so that when he does get hit, he's going to get more playing time. So we're going to see him as he grows in this system. But there's your highest ranked Longhorn at number 8, and they rank him as the top edge as well.
Yeah, I mean, Colin Simmons was one of the top-rated recruits in college football coming out of Duncanville. And PFF points it out, he's already wildly exceeded expectations as a 5-star recruit. They say about him here, the Texas native was the 6th most valuable edge defender in college football in 2024, behind Abdul Carter, Jack Sawyer, Mike Green, Josiah Stewart, and JT Tuimoloau. In that metric, he won the Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year award, which is given to the best true freshman of America. He had an 18.6 pressure rate, which was top 15 in the nation, and he was great against the run, 73.4% PFF grade. And he did that as not a starter. He did not play starting snaps. He was coming off he played a lot, don't get me wrong, but like he was behind Trey Moore for a while. He was trying to fit into and find his spot in the rotation, and they used him in certain packages and all that stuff. This year, they're just letting him go. Colin, you're our edge defender on this side. Go get the quarterback as often as you possibly can. I expect him to put up monstrous numbers. You talked about a couple days ago, about the tape on him. The way that he gets off the ball, off the snap, is better than I've ever seen in my entire life. It is so fast. It's almost unfair the way that he does that. And PFF also compares him to Von Miller for his elite combination of bend and advanced pass rushing moves. I mean, that's a future Hall of Fame player they're comparing him to right there. So, I mean, Colin Simmons has it all. He's the best edge rusher in college football in my book. If not, he's right there, and I expect him to have All-American, All-SEC, all-everything numbers by the end of the year.
Yeah, as a sophomore, which is crazy.
Yeah,
and that's you
he's
just
only
look
18
at him.
years old.
Number 7, we get Cade Klubnik out of Clemson, out of Austin, Texas. Cade Klubnik did have that step up last year where it really felt more like Cade Klubnik finally got to understanding everything. Like it felt like he was way more comfortable last year than 2 years ago, where he was forced to do a lot of things and really in a situation where he had to do a lot and made some mistakes in those and maybe wasn't ready for some of those plays. Last year, it looked like he was really starting to mentally get it. So all the physical work he had done and everything else now showed off because mentally he caught up to it in the speed of the game. And so if you go, that was last year. We know he's been working really hard to get into this year. We've heard all the reports of him just going out there and trying to be next level at camps and showing everybody what to do. You saw him at Elite 11, right? And we have all of that. We know what Cade Klubnik could be. And now the expectations are through the roof for him this year. He's going to have to deal with that on his back, but Cade Klubnik could have a really good year. We know Dabo Swinney's a great coach. We know that Clemson's been able to create those types of people before at the quarterback position. And this is his time to shine, coming back, trying to have a big old season for Clemson this year.
Yeah, I saw him at Elite 11. He was a counselor there, and I have never seen this in my 5 years watching Elite 11, Patrick. The counselor was out there grinding harder before the camp started, during the camp, and after the camp than all of the recruits there combined. Like, this guy was just rep after rep after rep. He really just invigorates, your love for college football all over again. Like, that's the kind of player that he is. The way that he puts in the work is just next level. And it's really a testament to what quarterback development is supposed to be about, because he was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school. He was the number 1 quarterback in the country, and the expectations were firmly on his shoulders. He didn't start his freshman year. He was behind DJ Uyunglele.
Uyunglele?
Yeah, I always pronounce it Ukulele, but I think it's Uyunglele.
Yeah, it's Uyunglele, I believe, yeah.
And Uyunglele struggled. Klubnik got his chance. They stuck with him the rest of the year. He was kind of up and down. Last year, he really started to put it all together, like you said. You saw it against Texas. He had a tremendous game. Really kept Clemson in that game for as long as he could before Texas just kind of overran them. This year, I don't think that there's a question about it. I think he's the best quarterback in college football, and I would be very surprised if we didn't see him on the New York stage, at least as a contender for the Heisman Trophy.
No, I'm with you on that one. We go into number 6. Leonard Moore, the cornerback out of Notre Dame. You talked about him a little bit earlier, that he is probably the best cornerback in college football.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a really, really solid football player. He was only behind Jahdae Barron out of Texas and Travis Hunter for the 3rd most valuable corner in college football, and he was a 3-star recruit coming out to Notre Dame as well. He can do it all. He's an island, and he's a playmaker, and he really does everything for that secondary. So he's definitely one of the top corners in the country.
We get tackle Spencer Fano out of Utah. Had a really great season last year. Then we get to Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame. This is one of the big reasons people have high hopes for Notre Dame next year is Jeremiah Love coming back, and expect him to be the top running back in college football and just put up major numbers for this Notre Dame team.
Yeah, I've already seen mock drafts projecting him in the first round, a lot of which to the Dallas Cowboys, which makes me believe that the Cowboys will in fact not draft him because
Shocking.
because they never draft running backs or players that anybody ever wants them to draft in the first round anymore. But Jeremiah Love has this kind of rare combination of power and balance that is very hard to find in college football. Like there's this one play that sticks out in my head. I believe it was in the college football playoff. It may have been towards the end of the regular season, where it looks like it's like one of the scary. It always gives me like heebie-jeebies when I watch it because it looks like his knee is about to get blown out from the side.
Yes.
And then he just makes this crazy move and picks up his leg and steps over the defender and keeps going and then runs off. I mean, he's got all the tools for running back, and he's big and he's powerful and he's fast. And he's going to get a lot of usage in that offense. They're going to be handing the ball off to him a lot, and I expect him to be in Heisman contention as well. He's a tremendous football player.
By the way, if you are an offensive lineman who wants to be drafted by the Cowboys, change your first name to Tyler.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a guarantee.
That is, if you're like borderline second, third round offensive lineman, change your name to Tyler. Really good chance you could be going to the Dallas Cowboys.
In the first round.
In the first round. We know Jerry's type. So maybe going there. Number 3 on this list is Peter Woods from Clemson. We did see his teammate on the defensive line, TJ Parker, at number 10. That is another reason why Clemson is thought to be a really good team this year, is that defensive line is going to be coming after you.
Yeah, Peter Woods is the best interior defender in college football, and I don't think there's a question about it. He's going to be probably a top 5 pick in next year's draft. The edge that we talked about a minute ago, he's going to be a top 10 pick. Cade Klubnik's going to be a top 10 pick. I mean, there's going to be 6 first-round picks probably on this team next year, and Peter Woods might be the best of the bunch, and that's saying something.
And then we get 2 guys we get to deal with in week 1. Jeremiah Fears is number 1. Caleb Downs is number 2. Those are your top 2 picks, are both Ohio State players. Ohio State's got some guys that they've developed up and look like they're going to be really good. I mean, do you think that both these guys finish the season 1 and 2 still on this list, or odds would tell you one of them is going to go down a little bit?
No, I think they both finish number 1 and number 2. I think it might be flipped. I think Caleb Downs might be number 1 and Jeremiah Smith might be number 2. But, I mean, I'll start with Caleb Downs. He's the second coming of Ed Reed. I mean, this guy lays the wood. He's a playmaker. He can do it all in coverage. He's just like Michael Taft in the brain. Like he's probably if not the smartest safety in college football. He's right there. He does everything exceptionally well. It's going to be a really big challenge for Arch in week 1 when Texas goes up there. Just knowing where he is at all times on the field and making sure that you try not to throw it in his direction. Even when he doesn't look like he's going to be involved in the play, he somehow finds a way to be involved in the play in one way, shape, or form. So that'll be a super big challenge for the Texas offense in general. And then Jeremiah Smith, Patrick, I don't know that I've ever seen anything like Jeremiah Smith in my entire life. I mean, he is an absolute freak athletically. He runs amazing routes. He can catch the ball in traffic. He's fast as a gazelle. He's as powerful as an ox. Like everything that you could possibly ask for in a wide receiver. I mean, he's like 6'2" Calvin Johnson. Like he's just an absolute animal, and he's impossible to deal with. I don't know how Texas kept him to 1 catch for 3 yards in that football game in the Cotton Bowl last year. Somehow they managed to do it. I doubt they're going to be able to replicate that in week 1 this year. If they can, that more power to PK and Dwayne Akina and all them, but that's going to be a real hard ask. If Jeremiah Smith had come out of the NFL draft this year, he would have been a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
That's how good he is. So,
oh yeah.
He's, for my money, he's the best player in college football. Anytime Ohio State throws a pass next year, I'm going to hold my breath.
He's that guy. He's already 19 years old though. So, I mean, he's kind of like past his prime because we know Ryan Williams was only 17 and he was doing so.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of passes.
He's basically a grandfather at this point.
So we do go down the list. 21 players on this list in the top 50 are SEC players, but not a lot in the top 10. You kind of peter out there with the edges at the end with a couple Longhorn, with Colin Simmons being the highest ranked SEC player on this list, by the way, coming in at number 8. Dylan Stewart at number 9 is right behind him. And Texas ties with Alabama, most players on the list. So even though Clemson has a lot right there at the top and Ohio State's got the 2 top ones, Texas and Alabama both boast 5 players on the top 50 players list. So both those schools have something to brag about as well. What's your overall view? Was there anything that really stuck out on this list, Matt?
I mean, I think Anthony Hill being as low as number 14 is the thing that sticks out the most to me.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And I think also something that really sticks out to me on this list is that there's players who are on this list who are guaranteed to be on it next year because they can't go to the NFL yet.
That is true.
Jeremiah Smith, Colin Smith, Ryan Williams. I mean, all those guys are coming back. So college football is in a really good spot.
Yeah, I am curious to see. Like, if this list comes out again next year, we'll look at it and go, who moved up, who moved down, which guys are just playing at a high level, which guys maybe went too hard too fast, and then maybe take a step backwards. Because it is like, you know, and I mean, I think Colin Simmons is going to be great again this year. But Jay, you were like, he wasn't even he wasn't the starter. He was just coming in, and you knew when he came in, they went, "Damn it, no, put in the other guy."
I've got a bold prediction for you, Patrick.
What's that?
I think that, first of all, I'm surprised that DeAndre Moore is not on this list. I think he's a really good football player.
I think Ryan Wingo will be on it next year.
Yeah, I think he should be at least fringe top 50.
Yeah.
But my bold prediction is that the 2026 list, Justice Terry is going to have a rise like Colin Simmons, and I think he's going to be a top 15, top 20 player on next year's list.
I think Ryan Wingo is going to jump up on that list as well as a wide receiver. I think there was whatever happened in that Vanderbilt game. I still don't know what happened. That was a turning point where he just wasn't like quite the same player the rest of the season. And he was still a good player, but he wasn't quite that. So I don't know what it was, what injury it felt like he had for the rest of that season. But remember, there was that he got like someone run into him. There was some collision that happened before the game. And from that point on, it felt like he had an injury and he wasn't playing at 100%. And maybe that's completely wrong and everything else, but he was still a good player, but he was not like the guy that we saw that was insane. And you were like, oh my God, this guy is going to be amazing. And then it kind of petered off a little bit there. I really feel like there was something that happened at some point mid-season. And maybe after that, he started, I think now that he'll be a little bit healthier coming back, I think people are going to be blown away. Because we saw little glimpses of what he could do, but I don't think we really saw it last year. I think we'll see it this year.
I think he just needed LASIK surgery, Patrick.
That he did. He did need that too. Maybe that's why the collision happened. Couldn't see it coming.
I'm just saying. He's going to be a totally different player now that he's got LASIK surgery.
I really wish someone had video of that because I just kept hearing about it. And people that were there were like, oh no, it was like caught you to the corner of your eye. All of a sudden, Ryan Ringo's on the ground and you're like, what the hell just happened? But that really felt like kind of the turning point where he wasn't the elite. He was still a good wide receiver, but they were like, we got other good wide receivers, so we're not going to use you a ton in those situations. We'll use your strengths, but maybe your cutting isn't the same. Maybe a couple little things that you're not going to be able to do these little pieces. I think all that's going to come back this year, and it's just going to be another level for him. So excited to see that stuff happen. But I could see that as well. There's some of the PFF top 50 college football players list. Let's get to a little NFL talk while we have a little bit of time left in there, Matt. I've seen this article came out a couple weeks ago or last week. The biggest red flags for 2025 NFL contenders. And so we'll go through these. We can point out the red flags for the Texans and the Cowboys as well. I think we know what those are. We can get into those as well. But I'd see if we agree with these red flags they have for the contenders, their list of contenders over on CBS Sports. This is the first one. We have Buffalo coming in, and Buffalo's big red flag is big game defense. that they have just not been able to put up the defense when they're playing top-level competition in the spotlight. They haven't been able to get those stops, namely Baltimore, namely Kansas City. That those teams have been able to eat them alive. They haven't been able to get a pass rush on them to really slow them down. And we saw Philly was able to do that against Kansas City, and it made Patrick Mahomes look like a completely different quarterback. So can Buffalo find a way to maybe look at Philly's game plan, and even if they don't have the players, turn that around and make themselves a little bit easier to be there? Do you see that as their biggest red flag? Can they change it, or is there something else you look at?
I certainly think it's in contention to be their biggest red flag for sure. I mean, they haven't been able to get past Baltimore and Kansas City, and it hasn't been Josh Allen's fault. It hasn't been James Cook's fault. It rests squarely on that defense, because every time they're in a situation like that, they're just trying to they're attempting to outscore their opponent rather than control the game, because their defense can't step up to the plate and get stopped. So, yeah, I do think it's a red flag. I do think they get it figured out this year, though.
Okay.
I don't have a technical reason for that necessarily. I just feel like they're finally going to figure it out, and I think that they're going to come out of the AFC and represent the AFC in the Super Bowl because of it.
Yeah. All right. Our next team that we get there is the Baltimore Ravens. And the Baltimore Ravens, they have listed as their biggest red flag is offensive line durability. We could have said it was a running back game a couple of years ago. Those guys kept getting hurt. They bring in Derrick Henry and completely fix that. But as the season wore on, maybe that was a place where they felt they were not being able to keep the offensive line out there to give Lamar Jackson time to get things done and maybe get the running lanes open enough for Derrick Henry and for Lamar Jackson as well. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to consider that for sure. Baltimore is kind of in the same vein as Buffalo, in my opinion, just because there's always been that thing that's held them back. Last year, it was exactly that. So, I don't necessarily think they're going to be able to get it fixed this year, or not. But sure helps that you got Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry back there. That's good enough to win you games, even if your offensive line's not playing at its top level.
It is. I think that you could also say maybe there was a little part of receiving late in games, whether it was the tight ends, whether it was the wide receivers, that maybe late in game they just weren't quite on that right page, and they were just that hair off. it didn't work. That is an easily fixable thing. They bring in DeAndre Hopkins. You have Zay Flowers. You have Rashad Bateman. You have, the big question is Mark Andrews. Is Mark Andrews still going to be the guy that he's been, or is Mark Andrews starting to fall off that cliff? It looked early in the season like he was done for, and then later in the season started to pick himself back up a little bit more. But that late game receiving for me, it was a little bit of a red flag as well, because we just saw it a couple times where maybe they weren't able to make that big play down the stretch.
Yeah, that Mark Andrews thing really sticks out in my mind, man. That
I mean, Isaiah Likely making a catch at the back of the end zone and his foot being out of bounds.
Yeah,
just those little things that are just like, almost.
Just right there, man. If Mark Andrews makes that catch, I think it was against Buffalo.
Yeah.
Man, that's brutal.
Kansas City. They have offensive line stability. Yeah, the offensive line in general, I think, is a big red flag for them. I'll throw in a second red flag for you, too, is you continue to lose players. Like, you continue to lose players, especially on that defense. Can Steve Spagnuolo keep this defense playing at the really top level that they've been playing at? Because, I mean, we remember last year, now the wide receiver core is better this season for Kansas City. But last season, that defense carried them a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in Spags as a defensive coordinator, so I think that he's going to get that figured out. I think he's going to use the Super Bowl as a learning lesson as well. The offensive line for Kansas City really concerns me, though. That issue that they had at left tackle last year was a real thing.
Yep.
And then they try and address it with Josh Simmons out of Ohio State in the NFL draft, who's got injury issues, and you don't really know what you're going to get there. So, I don't know. I feel like Patrick Mahomes is going to be running for his life a lot next year, and the older he gets, the harder that's going to be to do. if he's got time, he's after Tom Brady, he's probably the best quarterback that's ever played the game, so he'll get it figured out.
And he's got wide receivers again.
And he's got wide receivers again, assuming Rashee Rice doesn't get in another speeding accident. But,
hey, you can't be talking about that Cowboys guy with Kevontae Turpin. Can keep everybody out of Dallas.
No driving in Dallas if you're an NFL player. How about that?
No, man, they don't care. They don't care at all. All right, Philadelphia. Turnover. Defensive turnover is what they have listed for their biggest red flag. I mean, you look offensively, they feel like they're very similar team coming back offensively, but defensively, they have changed a lot of that, not being able to keep everybody. We know C.J. Gardner-Cox has not been quiet about not being thrilled in his trade, and not unhappy going to the Texans, but unhappy of them basically saying, we don't need you anymore. And be like, no, dude, I'm way more important to that team than you're letting on. So there's some players with that. They've lost some different players. They have some young guys coming back that they're expecting to take that next leap forward to take over their spots. It doesn't feel like they have a ton of red flags though in Philly though.
Yeah, I feel like they were just trying to find something to put on Philly.
I know.
To add them to this list since they're a contender. I don't really think they have any red flags. I think that defense is going to be fine. I think the offense is going to be elite again. I mean, it's the Eagles, man. Everything works out for the Eagles these days. Apparently, Andrew Makuba is really impressing that receiver core, and he's just going to step right up and take over for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and they're going to be fine.
Detroit, and I mean, you could say it's Vic Fangio still in Philly, so we can't even say their defense is going to deal with this. Offense will with Kellen Moore leaving, but the Detroit Lions, it's staffing shakeups. That's what it has to be. You lost Ben Johnson, you lost Aaron Glenn. It's completely different coaching staff of coordinators now. You've got so many different people with big voices in the room. You talk about what Ben Johnson did to this team and what we saw with Jared Goff and his numbers before and after. It's really hard to not think that that's going to be an issue going forward. Maybe defensively, you can say, well, the defense wasn't elite with Aaron Glenn. I think times they were really good, but times they had lapses. But offensively, it is very scary. And trying to implement that tough-nosed team theory, a team culture they've been having with some new coaches, get everybody involved, that one seems like a legitimate red flag.
Yeah, I think if you're going to find a red flag with a team like Detroit, that's got to be it. They have so many weapons on both sides of the ball, so many elite players on both sides of the ball. But losing a guy like Ben Johnson specifically, I think is going to be very difficult because he was the reason that offense was humming like it was. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery were the best running back pair in the league. And then you had, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams putting up crazy numbers, and Jared Goff going from mid-tier quarterback to one of the best in the NFL numbers-wise. All of that was because of Ben Johnson. So losing him, you're going to, I don't know if the offense is going to run the same way in any way, shape, or form, if they're going to have the same scheme. I know that they're probably going to try to replicate as much of it as they possibly can, but you're never going to be able to replicate the decision-making of Ben Johnson and the calling of the plays that Ben Johnson had last year. So, but that's just kind of the price you pay when your coordinators are performing at that elite level. They're going to get head coaching opportunities, and that's exactly what happened. So, I'm also really interested to see what happens with Aiden Hutchinson. If he can come back and be the same player, then I feel really good about that defense. But if
that's true.
He had a horrible injury, and you don't know if he's going to be the same player or not. So that's going to be a big thing for me to watch with him as well.
That's a good call on that one for sure as well. How about the Rams? I know you're going to get fed up on this one. You don't believe in this one. The Rams, they have Matt Stafford's age listed. It is a realistic thing for the Rams that you do have to worry about. Is there a point when he falls off the cliff? He's 37. We've seen players play at 37, still at a pretty high range, pretty good range of football and pretty high level. So I don't know if I would say that 37 necessarily scares me a ton. The durability of 37 is a little bit more questionable because we've seen him have some injuries as of late. I think he'll still have the arm. He'll still play good football for them. It's more the, can he stay on the field for an entire season and be ready for the playoffs? That's the question. But if that's your biggest red flag, it's not the biggest thing in the world either.
Yeah, I mean, Father Time's undefeated.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any argument against that. But I could also make the argument that Matthew Stafford is the toughest MFer to come on a football field in the last 25 years. That guy's dealt with more injuries and more adversity when it comes to his body and the hits that he takes. And he just keeps getting up and keeps performing at a super high level. And I don't know that there's another quarterback on the planet who runs his offense more efficiently with their head coach than Matthew Stafford does. Their offense is incredibly complicated, and there's nobody else that you could bring into that organization that could run at the same level that Matthew Stafford does. I don't think Patrick Mahomes could do it. I don't think that Jared Goff could do it. That's why they shipped him off. I don't think Jalen Hurts could do it. I don't think Lamar Jackson could do it. None of them could perform the offense the way that it's supposed to be run, the way that Matthew Stafford does. That said, 37 years old is 37 years old. So eventually things are going to start to decline and start to break down. But his arm is still there. His brain is still there. His legs are kind of still there. He was never the most mobile guy in the league, so I'm not really too concerned about that. If they block for him, he's going to be elite. If they don't let him take too many hits, but I do worry about him taking hits and that body taking a toll on him eventually.
For the Washington Commanders, they have injury-prone bets. And so this is basically, they brought in some guys. I don't know the right way to phrase that. They say it's injury prone bets, but I think it's more like there's so many variables in this Commanders team that you had all of a sudden breakout. We all played much better. Dan Quinn is somewhat of a wild card. We've seen him, fluctuate as a head coach before in the past of having really good seasons and then following him up with not the same thing. We know Jaden Daniels is going into his sophomore season. There is the sophomore slump that you hear about. After there's more game film, you bring in Deebo Samuel, who's up and down. You bring in Laramie Tunsil, who's been up and down. I just think there's a lot of that kind of goes around it. So I think that's kind of what they're saying in their list. They tried to upgrade, but you just don't know. Can you do it 2 years in a row? That's kind of the red flag. Is it feels like everything went too well for them last year. And maybe it's Terry McLaurin too, because he's not happy. But it feels like everything went too well. Can they repeat that the following year?
Yeah, I mean, what goes around comes around. They were sort of on the opposite end of the spectrum than like the Cincinnati Bengals last year. It just seems like they always came out on top in the big moments, and Cincinnati kind of, couldn't get those one-score games. And I just feel like it's going to work out well more for Cincinnati this year, and I feel like it's going to work out a little bit less for Washington this year. I still think Washington's going to be a really good football team. If they avoid the injury bug, I think that they have a chance to do something really special there with Dan Quinn and Jalen Daniels, because I think Jalen Daniels is just an amazing quarterback. I think he's by the end of next season, you're going to talk about him being a top 5, top 7 quarterback in the NFL. So if they can keep him upright and they can avoid any major injuries, and they can get Deebo Samuel to lose about 10, 15 pounds before the start of the season, I think they'll be in really good shape.
There you go. There's a few more. I just want to give you one more because we're almost out of time. How about, can you guess what Minnesota's is?
Oh, geez. Maybe J.J. McCarthy?
Quarterback uncertainty. I'm going to throw you that one, Matt. I think there's a giant red flag of a quarterback that we have no idea if he's good or not.
No, he's bad. We know we know whether he's good or not. He's not. He's bad.
I don't know what you're like. I know the Matt Stafford thing is because you're a high school homer, but I don't know. Like, did J.J. McCarthy steal your girlfriend or something? Where's this hate coming from?
No, I just thought he got way too much credit for other people's work at Michigan.
I mean, that's true, but he's a game manager. It's what you're supposed to do.
Game managers should not be taken in the top 10 of the NFL draft, though, Patrick.
Oh, well, no, but that was a reach. We get that. But he could still be you don't have to be a top 10 pick to be a good quarterback in the NFL.
I talk so much trash about J.J. McCarthy that it's almost a guaranteed certainty that he's going to be the next, Brock Purdy.
The next Tom Brady.
Yeah, it's so it is what it is.
All right, we're going to take our second break real quick. We'll come back and get to our meathead of the day here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Having a good time wrapping things up here on a Monday afternoon, and it's time for our meathead of the day, Matt. It's not JJ McCarthy. Don't worry. We're not going to double dip you there. But give you this meathead that over the weekend, some good baseball being played. So here's a little clip from some solid baseball being played. And the announcers not just rolling with the punches on this one.
You've stumbled on the right thing, because even veterans have slumps.
Hit hard to deep center field. Pages on the run. Will turn and watch this one wedge itself in the bottom of the wall. And Cam Smith flying into second, anchoring there with another extra base hit for the Astros. Double homer double to open third against Casparius.
I don't want to open an old wound, but in some ways they're swinging at these breaking balls like they know what it's coming. That is not a bad pitch. It's really a very good pitch. Low and away. Probably would have ended up by the ankles if it would have made it past the bat. That's the other thing that you analyze. You analyze your grip, your delivery.
Oral Hershiser not wasting the opportunity in an 18-1 rout that the Astros do to the Dodgers. No, the Astros must be cheating. By the way, the Astros swept them and beat them 3 times over the weekend. Had no problem with the Dodgers this weekend. But and the Astros are playing amazing baseball with a lot of players hurt, not re-signing Bregman, trading Kyle Tucker. They're still playing. They're still one of the best teams in baseball right now. It's crazy. I think they're peaking too early. It's not going to work out in the end. But for right now, Oral Hershiser cannot just let it be. Also insinuating that they're cheating on the road. Like somehow at Dodger Ballpark, they have figured out a way to cheat and have their whole sign stealing signal that involved a center field camera and all this stuff. Also, there's only one player left from that team, and it's Jose Altuve. And it was shown that he did nothing during that and actually yelled at the players to stop doing it at times. Yelled at to stop getting the trash can when it would go off when he was batting. But all that being said, Got to get over it. Because side note too, Dodgers were cheating also. Just throw that out there.
The Astros are still cheating.
They're not.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know anything about what the Astros are doing currently. I haven't watched an MLB game in quite some time. I do know that I appreciate Oral Hershiser very much for just rubbing a little bit of salt in that old wound for the Astros because
we won 18-1. 18-1. You got to get over it at some point, man.
I just appreciate it because I have a lot of friends who are Astros fans and they are obnoxious about it. So any chance I get to kind of rub it in
we're playing good baseball. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Hey, I got the last laugh. Rangers won the World Series, so
you did. I was happy. I was celebrating with Rangers fans. I did the friendly thing. I walked outside during that World Series so that the Rangers could get the win. I was like, Astros vibes, throwing this off. I'll go walk outside. And then the Rangers had to come back and won. So I was like, look, I'm all for it. We weren't in it anymore. I'll root for the Rangers as long as they're not playing the Astros. I'm a friendly guy. Loves 6 teams.
I will say, Patrick, I'm a little bit disappointed.
Why is that?
I was really hoping you would bring out the Paul Pierce clip. For
no. Well, we're gonna get. I know that we said that. I have it. We will get to it when Chip Brown, because Chip hates Paul Pierce, and it is hilarious. And so when he says it is, watch Chip and Zay tomorrow. Zay said he's going to bring it up tomorrow. So hopefully we'll have a little discussion on that with Chip and Zay tomorrow, because it's good stuff. But until then, we're going to take off. We'll be back for a Tuesday edition of the show. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.